Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, August 2nd, 2022 at 5:30. Welcome to the Tompkins County Legislature. If you could please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Roll call of members.
Travis Brooks,
Here.
Randy Brown,
Here.
Amanda Champion,
Here.
Deborah Dawson,
Here.
Henry Granison, Rich John,
Here.
Dan Klein,
Here.
Ann Corman. Saw her. Ann Corman.
Yeah.
Mike Lane,
Here.
Greg Mezzi.
Here.
Veronica Pittler. Here. Lee Shirtliff,
Here.
Mike Sigler,
Here.
Shauna Black.
Here.
We have 12 members present.
Thank you, Kathy. Next, we are going to have a presentation of a proclamation, and I am going to turn it over to Greg Mezzi.
Thank you. This proclamation is recognizing and thanking Mary Opperman for her service to the Cornell University community in Tompkins County. I'll read just a few sections of the proclamation. Whereas Mary Opperman, Vice President and Chief Human Resource Officer, has announced her plans to leave Cornell University effective August 29th, 2022. And whereas Opperman, whose Cornell career spanned 26 years from 1996 to 2022, ended her tenure there as Vice President and Chief Human Resource Officer. At Cornell, Opperman's portfolio included oversight of the Division of Human Resources, the Office of Inclusion and Workforce Diversity, Title IX compliance, and the Center for Regional Economic Advancement. And whereas Cornell has received numerous workplace awards as a result of exceptional human resource programs under Opperman's leadership. These include being named AARP's top U.S. employers for workers 50 and older 2 years in a row, making Cornell the first employer to receive this top billing more than once. Cornell has also been listed as best employer for working mothers, prospective and adoptive parents, IT professionals, veterans, and women executives. In March 2015, Opperman was selected by the editors of Human Resource Executive Magazine as one of the 15 most influential women leaders in human resources. And whereas Opperman has shown her commitment to the broader Tompkins County community and has served on numerous boards of local and national organizations, serving on the board of Kendall at Ithaca College, Planned Parenthood of the Southern Finger Lakes, Tompkins County Area Development, and the Southern Tier Regional Economic Development Council, the Legacy Foundation of Tompkins County, the Paleontological Research Institute, and is a member of the governing body for the New York HR Leadership Summit. So we wanted to put this proclamation together to recognize all of her contributions, as she has definitely created an incredible human resource and workforce atmosphere and environment within the community. So we thank her for her service and wish her the best as she seeks her next adventure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg, for drafting that up. And we wish Mary could join us, but she is traveling back from, I believe, New York City and is unable to attend. So we will make sure that she receives that proclamation from the county. Next, we have announcements of executive sessions and reordering of business. And my colleagues and staff will be happy to hear that we do not have an executive session this evening. We will be moving on to privilege of the floor. And we will start with the public. I would like to read the rules for speaking under privilege of the floor. Number 1, an individual may speak no longer than 3 minutes. Number 2, a speaker will not raise their voice. Number 3, a speaker will not use lewd, obscene, profane, slanderous, or libelous language or speak or act in a manner that would tend to incite a breach of the peace. Number 4, a speaker will not speak about county personnel matters. Personnel matters include comments about job performance of named county employees other than elected officials. Number 5, after 3 minutes, a speaker will leave the microphone and yield the floor. Transferring time to another person is not permitted. Number 6, a speaker will not will not cause a disruption, and if asked to leave, will leave the chambers. Now we will start off with those speakers that are currently in the chambers, and then we will move to our speakers that are joining us via Zoom. First off is Eric Nord.
Thank you. Appreciate your taking the time to listen to me. I'm here to voice my support for the Free Cat campaign that is seeking to make TCAT fare free. I believe our local government has a responsibility to improve the lives of its residents and especially to help those who need it most. A fare-free TCAT would provide a significant improvement to the well-being and livelihoods of local residents. After housing costs, transportation is the second biggest expense for most residents. In light of the political challenges related to reducing housing costs, that leaves transportation as one of the few realistic opportunities to significantly reduce the cost of living in Tompkins County. And of course, people are asking, but how will we pay for it? Make no mistake, our community can absolutely afford to make public transportation fare-free. But does it have the political will? Is it brave enough to ask the hard questions and hold community leaders to a higher standard? This is not a matter of affordability, it is a matter of priorities. Is our goal to keep powerful individuals and institutions insulated from public pressure, or is it to make just and fair demands on behalf of people who lack power and influence? If we are willing to ask the hard questions and make the tough decisions, implementing a free CAT system is realistic and achievable. And the benefits of this change will go directly to the people who need it most. It will make a huge impact on the lives of working class and low-income residents. And beyond the significant economic and quality of life benefits of this program, improving and expanding public transportation is an essential cornerstone of our commitment to addressing climate change. Eventually, Tompkins County will have no choice but to make public transportation its dominant mode of transit. Rather than waiting until the damage is already done, I encourage our legislators to be leaders in this process. Thank you for the opportunity to let me speak here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Robert Lynch.
Good evening, Robert Lynch, 175 Gray Road, Town of Enfield. I am commenting tonight with regards to a matter that I sent you a 3-page letter on yesterday, which all legislators should have received it. In case you haven't read it, I'll just summarize it briefly, and I'll try to be brief because I expected there might be a large number of spectators here tonight and commenters here tonight in view of some rather hot topic issues on your agenda, but it seems like there's a manageable number. So I will just cite a couple things that I said. I am opposed to a resolution that you have on the agenda tonight that would deconstruct the former Baker Dental Building at 412 to 414 North Tioga Street. I was in virtual attendance at the meeting of the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee meeting back on the 21st, I think it was, of July. And I did observe the conversation that was held, including the presentation by Holt Architects of their space utilization study. And I think it was unfortunate that the Baker Building was not included in that study. And I think it should have been, because it may have a future opportunity in terms of what this county will eventually do. As I said in my letter to you, you need not consider tonight whether, when, or where to build a center of government, nor do you need to decide office relocation. You need only to decide whether the former Baker Dental Building holds sufficient potential within your future relocation options for it to remain standing and is part of a Tompkins County building inventory. I believe that it does, and it should. Quote from Dan Klein at that meeting: "I'm not completely opposed to demolition," Representative Klein said, "but I'm not in a rush to do it. I don't think we really imagine all the possibilities yet for this building and all the needs in the community." And I agree. And two, did Facilities and Infrastructure Committee Chair Mike Lane, who deferred to Legislator Klein when he cast his dissent on the deconstruction resolution. I'll just close with this. It's how I closed my letter to you yesterday. All that I've written here mainly frames the challenges, doesn't answer all the questions. I only ask tonight that this county legislature keep its options open. The former Baker Dental Building is not in danger of collapse. You need not decide its future this year or even next. You may later regret you threw this building away. Quote, "It would be very helpful to have intermediate space," close quote, Legislator Klein told your committee's meeting. I agree. And the space need not necessarily be only intermediate. Please consider this tonight. I hope you'll make the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Next is Amanda Kirch-Gessner.
Hello. It's great to see everybody. It's been a while. And I just want to start by thanking everybody for serving the public as elected officials. It's incredibly important that as elected people, everything that we do in our offices, we do on the public's behalf. And this is definitely leading up to a little bit of a conversation about public ethics and ethics generally. If an elected official or a cadre of people in positions around an elected official are interfering or stalling investigations into issues regarding public ethics, it's highly likely that the behavior is unethical. And I just invite all of you to really invite yourself, to really look inside and just, ask yourself, are you doing this for yourself? Are you doing it for the good of the people you have been elected to represent? Like Rich, John, I have the utmost respect for you. And I know you're in a really uncomfortable position right now. And I really appreciate what you're doing. And having shared that, please, if you don't want to serve the public, just resign. Oh, wait, that's happened, it seems, a couple times over already. And then I've just noticed the disaster recovery relief thing that caught at the tail end of your agenda. I did a quick search. I couldn't find a more complete document, but the word food was absent. And if food security is not the priority, folks, we're SOL. If there isn't enough food in this county to feed everybody, public health and safety will totally disappear before your very eyes. And you can't really blame a parent for, killing to feed their children. So we might want to rethink our priorities. And I wish I could have tuned in a little more to what you're sharing, Bob, about housing. But if you don't have food and housing for people who live here and work here and actually likely grew up here, trying to make a living here, or serving all of the wealthy people coming through here and extracting wealth from here, you're kind of missing the point. So we need to have public food storage on hand. I don't know if there needs to be an inventory somewhere. And I guess we could take it to the sheriff's department if we need to. maybe we move public health and safety actually into the hands of an elected public servant who cares about public health and safety, or seems to. Yeah, just, I don't know. I'd love to have conversations with all of you. It's good to see you, Lee. It's far cry from the last diner we met in, but yeah, I know. And it's nice to meet you, Randy. Greg, I haven't seen you in ages. Yeah. Mike, are you still running for Congress?
No.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. And next we have Zachary Nguyen.
Good evening. My name is Zachary Nguyen. With the document that forms the basis of the ethics probe into reimagining public safety now in the public domain, it has come to light that there was a reimagining public safety weekly project management meeting that had a majority of Center for Policing Equity employees with additional participation from both the city of Ithaca and county employees. Councilperson Brock, who initiated the ethics inquiry, was accidentally invited to this meeting. Brock's questions about these meetings went unanswered, and the city then ceased its relationship with Center for Policing Equity, followed not long after by the county. CPE's role was intended to be purely administrative, only for it to be discovered that they were the majority of members of the project management group, with both the city and the county participating. Invited into that meeting was Acting Mayor Lewis, who's here with us this evening, as well as two members of this legislature, Travis Brooks and Shauna Black. These essentially secret meetings, of which Common Council was unaware, interfacing with the city's attorney's office on the Community Justice Center contract. If this it is this same city attorney that is claiming that they cannot produce documents for the ethics probe in a timely manner. My question is for legislators Brooks and Black. What was going on in those meetings, and what was there to hide? Our former county administrator has essentially refused to participate with the ethics probe, claiming to do so would be a conflict of interest. And I'm curious how the CJC contract and other aspects of the reimagining process can be implemented when the process that produced them is transparently corrupt. If these meetings in themselves were benign, why were they kept secret? And in a positive development, the Landmarks Preservation Committee has approved the Southern Tier AIDS Program's request to fence the porch of their building, which has been an ongoing open drug scene, essentially 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And hopefully that will provide some relief to the site and the ongoing issues at the Human Services Building. To the issue of food as well as TCAT, diesel prices are likely going to continue to rise. And with that, that also affects the, viability of harvesting a lot of crops. And there should be something done sooner rather than later about the looming food crisis that is coming out of Ukraine and Russia. If you are not aware of that, I suggest looking into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Zachary. Next, we are joined by George Defendi. Hi, George.
Hello. Good evening to the Tompkins County Legislature and members of the public. My name is Jorge DiFendini, Alderman for Ward 4 of Ithaca's Common Council and member of the Ithaca Democratic Socialists of America. I would first like to briefly echo the sentiments of my comrade on the need for free CAT or free and expanded TCAT. Our city deserves free and expanded transportation, and as legislators, we must come together and discuss how to make what is necessary happen. And make no mistake, with the climate crisis and ongoing systemic inequities persisting, free transit for all is necessary. Next, I would like to voice my support for the passage of the Starbucks union resolution. As the drafter for the city's counterpart, I am proud that a majority of my colleagues understood the severity of the situation and the necessity to stand behind organized labor and the fight for fair labor practices. Weeks later, the severity has only worsened. As I remarked during council's discussion, it's important for the local government to speak out against Starbucks' crimes and brutal union busing tactics to make clear that we will not tolerate it when corporations break the law and mistreat their workers. After the closure of the College Town store, it is clear that Starbucks is hoping to replicate this strategy in the remaining stores throughout Ithaca, evident by the union's recent strike against cut hours and a hostile work environment in the Commons. If we allow this to go unchallenged, our governments will be writing blank checks for Starbucks to union bust every store in the county, and they will take this lesson to other stores across the country. Furthermore, it will signal to other stores, both local and corporate, that there will be no penalty for union busting against their own employees. Just as the city did, the county legislature has a responsibility to stand up for its constituents, to protect our neighbors and their right to collectively bargain. You cannot say you are a friend to unions and labor otherwise. I implore you all to support the resolution. Thank you and solidarity. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much for joining us this evening. I also apologize for not saying your name correctly. Next is Annika Rowland.
Hi, everyone. I cannot see my face, but I hope that you can hear me. I am speaking today in support of fair, free public transportation in Ithaca, along with my comrades, Eric and Jorge. I wanted to alert everyone to a petition that has been started with already close to 300 signatures of Tompkins County residents in support of fair, free public transportation. And I wanted to read some of the wording here. We need to transition to fair, free public transportation because the climate emergency is here and now, because accessible transportation is a human right, because high rents in the city of Ithaca force those who work here to live outside the city and commute by car, because gas prices have more than doubled over the last 2 years, because 30 to 40% of Tompkins County emissions come from private vehicles, because Ithaca doesn't need traffic jams, because our streets should be safer for pedestrians and cyclists, because the very old, very young, and people with disabilities deserve to be mobile, because our city and county governments continually prioritize and value upper-class profits over working-class needs, because Cornell, the country's largest employer, does not pay their fair share, because the Ithaca Green New Deal was adopted unanimously by the City of Ithaca Common Council 3 years ago, but we have yet to see significant action, because dozens of other cities in the U.S. already have fair, free public transport. And I would correct that to say almost hundreds of cities in the entire world have done this. Therefore, we, the undersigned, call for free CAT. We demand that mass transit in Tompkins County should be greatly expanded and free for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Annika. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on privilege of the floor? I don't see anyone else here.
We have one more individual who
Sorry.
joined us online, Lauren Jones.
Okay. Hi, Lauren.
Hi, yes, I hope you can all hear me. I also cannot see myself, so I hope you can hear me. But yes, my name is Lauren Jones. I'd like to voice support for Fair Free TCAT along with Eric, Jorge, and Annika. This initiative would go a long way to improve access to safe, reliable transportation for Ithaca's most vulnerable. It would also go a long way to address a climate crisis, as 30 to 40% of Ithaca's emissions stem from the use of individual vehicles. There are a whole host of other benefits that Fair Free TCAT could bring to the community, including safer streets for pedestrians and cyclists, fewer traffic accidents and less traffic generally, cleaner air leading to reduced respiratory incidents, accessible transport for Ithaca residents with disabilities, and cheaper transport for residents generally. I mean, we know how much fuel costs have risen and prices show no signs of lowering anytime soon. So this kind of initiative has been done in dozens of cities across the US. So we know this is doable and we can and must get it done here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lauren.
Thank you very much, Lauren.
That was me. Okay, next we are going to move on to municipal officials, and What I thought would make sense is for us to have George McGonigal give us a report from the city. And then we would be joined by Laura Lewis, Chief Jolie, as well as our very own Sheriff Osborne to talk about our safety concerns on State Street. So without further ado, George McGonigal from the city of Ithaca.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, George.
Good to see your squares, Hollywood squares. I'll be brief and disorganized as usual. We had a special meeting of council last week in which we primarily talked about a draft contract with you all for the Community Justice Center. We made, I think, significant progress and agreed to a lot of the things that the county was asking us to include. So I'm hoping that's on the way to being resolved, and then we can get on with hiring the full staff and get the work going at full speed. Another thing we're working on is consideration of a sanctioned encampment in what people generally call the jungle on city property. We've decided that moving forward, we're going to ask for an RFP, and we need to decide on a site. So that's where we are in those issues. That's all I'm going to say, unless there's questions.
Thank you, George. Any questions for George from the city of Ithaca? Dan Klein.
Yeah, hi, George. I wonder if you could just clarify that last thing you said about tides. You're saying that we, meaning Common Council or the PEDC committee, decided to do an RFP for tides?
I think that's going to be the next step.
Oh, okay.
We talked about next steps, and I think it was agreed by the majority of the entire council that an RFP would probably be the next step.
And if I guess,
Laura can correct me if I'm wrong.
Laura, does that sound right?
Thank you. I was just about to raise my hand. Thank you. We have not determined that we will be moving to an RFP right away. There is a distinction between a request for expressions of interest and a request for proposal. I do not believe that we are at the point right now to submit a request for proposals. We've got some questions that have to be addressed first. I mean, George mentioned the need to identify a site, and we have not done that yet. So there are a few questions to be addressed before we would be moving to an RFP. What the Planning and Economic Development Committee and Council have expressed is a commitment to addressing the issue of the unhoused in our community, but we don't have a clear path forward yet.
Thank you, Laura. And I think speaking from experience, I know that we've been working on the community recovery plan for a very long time. And the first RFP that we put out was extremely unclear. And some of the responses that we received back from it were equally unclear. And it would have been really helpful had we dug it out a little bit better and asked for some different results after doing more research. So I think it would be helpful to figure out what in fact we're going to be asking for, seeking shareholder input before anything goes forward so that we don't waste everyone's time. Any other questions for George?
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that this is a really important issue, and if we're going to just kick it around forever, that's a big mistake.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, George.
Thank you.
Now we will start the conversation. In our last meeting, Greg Mezzi had asked for the city to join us because I think we equally share concerns of some criminal activity as well as safety concerns on State Street. And obviously they've come forth for our county employees due to, there was a shooting there as well as a stabbing. And so we have taken some steps internally. However, it continues to be a bigger concern for many of the city reps who have heard from their constituents. But overall, I know that there are county residents that don't necessarily live in the city that at this point are afraid to walk down State Street. And so we wanted to invite you in today to have the conversation and open it up. We certainly are not pointing fingers. I know that we're all trying to do the best that we can. But it would be great to brainstorm a little bit and figure out how we can keep our residents safer and provide a comfort for the people that live here so that they can feel comfortable and safe walking down our streets. So thank you, Laura, Mayor Lewis, and Chief Jolie. We appreciate you being here, and our Sheriff Osborne as well.
Thank you for the invitation, Chair Black and others on the legislature. There is real concern. If I may offer a few introductory remarks.
Absolutely.
Thank you. There is real concern from both residents as well as people who work and own businesses on West State MLK. Few of us, including Acting Chief Jolie, Legislator Brooks, myself, we met with a group of residents yesterday in Washington Park, and we heard their concerns and their suggestions. I do very much appreciate the conversations that some in the city, including myself and Chief Jolie have, and Chief of Staff Faith Favre, who's not here this evening, have had with our county colleagues on some steps that we may partner on in terms of safety measures. So we have talked about, these are just a few ideas and suggestions that have come forward in a couple of meetings. One is to extend cameras along West State and MLK. These would not be necessarily or at all cameras that someone would be watching on a regular basis, but if there is an incident, then investigators could turn to footage in cameras. We are looking at the possibility, we've not made any decision, but looking at the possibility of license plate readers. I understand that Cornell is moving forward with something like this. It would protect individual privacy, but it would allow investigators once again to identify a vehicle that may be identified in a crime. Which would also save our public safety officers, both from the county and the city, time in responding to residents and responding to such things as burglaries that are taking place. We've talked about adding more lighting and working with street lighting, I'm talking about, and working with residents and with IPD, and potentially it would be great to work with the legislature and the sheriff's office on some of these recommendations, and to address some of the issues that have come up with some regularity around staff. I want to be clear and cautious about not pointing fingers, certainly not at county and also not at any of the people who are served by services at staff. I have appointed a special committee of common council members to work on some of the city recommendations around reimagining public safety, and these certainly also include these recommendations or suggestions that I've just mentioned. So I'll open it up to Legislator Brooks, and Chief Jolie to add, because you were also at last evening's meeting, which was a very good meeting with the residents around the Washington Park neighborhood. So I don't know if either of you would like to add any additional comment.
It was a good conversation. We've had similar conversations with the West Hill neighborhood about a year ago, with some folks on the north side about a year ago. I would assume there's been conversations with different pockets on the south side. It's all pretty much the same concerns across the city. Folks are really concerned about the uptick in crime, the issues that they see related to less and less police around. And so, people are really worried. I think the conversation was good. I think there were some practical suggestions put out by neighbors, by IPD, by folks by elected officials. I think it just hit home that there needs to be a variety of solutions. There's not one answer that takes care of this. There has to be a lot of things at play, and there has to be some innovative and creative ideas. What's been happening, what we've been doing, hasn't exactly been working, and people have to be open-minded and be willing to try new things. And people have to kind of not be territorial and be willing to work with one another to address a rising issue across the community.
Chief Jolie or Sheriff Osborne, did you have any comments? Chief Jolie?
Sure, thank you for the opportunity. I'll also like to just kind of say that I think we did come up with a couple things. There's no doubt that staffing is critically low for us. I know we've talked about for quite a while. We're at about 20% vacant positions right now. And that is definitely having an impact on our ability to have proactive patrols and just even staff our cars. So at this point, we are attempting to fill those positions that we have available, but we're also looking at technology, like Mayor Lewis said, and hopefully we can, find some money, potentially maybe with some assist from the county and the city, that would allow both the sheriff's department and us to view the video and, as we investigate crimes that happen, whether they're on county or city property, through that thoroughfare. And, we've had several incidents, and I think it's fair to say that, fair to say that many of the crimes the sheriff investigates that happen in Lansing or so, oftentimes those people come through the city. And I think if we could work on some technology that would be available to both the sheriff's department and the city, it would help us both more efficiently investigate crimes. Some of the other things we're going to try to do is work more closely with the community and put together some bullet points we talked about last night about ways that community members can add lighting, trim shrubbery, and try to, really be more engaged in what goes on in the community and have better outreach from our department. And also try to come up with a list for each community of people that have private cameras that be willing to provide information to us, potentially the state police or the sheriff, if they're the ones that come on into this, to investigate, to just really help us be more efficient in our responses and apply our resources more effectively.
what I was hearing last evening with the this neighborhood meeting is affirmation that this is a challenging and complex issue. We don't know all the reasons for the crime that is taking place, not just in our city, but across the state, across the nation. But it is, I think, as Travis said, it is something that has a variety of sources for crime and a variety of solutions. And it is time for us to look at creative ideas and ways in which we can partner. We are one community, and we want to address this as one community.
Thank you, Mayor. Sheriff Osborne, did you want to add anything to the conversation?
Thanks, Sean. I don't think there's much I can add. I appreciate the steps the city has taken in that area. That sounds like a good step in the right direction, and lighting and things of that nature are definitely a good idea. As you know, we're continuing to work with county administration to come up with a plan for the HSB building. And we'll continue that. Other than that, I can't really add anything, but thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from legislators this evening? Mike Sigler.
I just wanted to ask Chief Jolie, how many police officers do you have active right now? And I would assume that there's a number where it is no longer safe to send patrols out, like that there wouldn't be a backup for that person, or I would think there's some kind of number there. I didn't know what that number would be.
So we're authorized currently at 65 positions, and we have 2 scheduled retirements that will take place within the next 30 days. And that will put us at 12 vacant positions out of the 65 currently. We also have an officer in training, and we also have additional officers that are out of work and not in the lineup. So that's going to give you a broad picture of our staffing levels currently. More specifically, to answer your question, how many officers are working, that information is available also to the public at any time on our dashboard, but we tend to hover between 4 and 5 officers per shift as an average. And our staffing minimum, if you will, our preferred staffing level minimum number is 6. And it's been 6 for quite a while, but we very rarely are able to attain that number and fill 6 positions. And that's why we're not regularly able to staff the commons or have extra beat cars. And so what that looks like on the road or to the public that calls and has concerns that they call through 911 or the non-emergency number is it could be as the dispatch center prioritizes them, there are longer times for us to respond. And if we have, let's say, a domestic or a theft where somebody's in custody, that's generally be a 2-person call. We'll dispatch 2 of the 4 to 5 available. And very quickly with one other call at the same time, we're pretty much, we deplete our resources very quickly and everyone gets tied up, and then the calls get prioritized and the response times, extend at that point. So we do also run a 3-beat system when we are extremely short on staffing. We're down to 3 people, and they kind of basically the geographical areas expand from the smaller 4 beats to the larger 3 beats. Really, that's our lowest number. We would really like to go. At that point, we would potentially be holding over other officers to try to keep 4 people on the road, just for safety purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next is Henry Granison and then Deb Dawson.
Yes, thank you for all your presentations. Laura, Mayor Lewis, I know that earlier this year that Anise was running a working group to look into State Street issues, but I've heard that's been just put on hold. And I'm wondering why that was put on hold.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of what you said. There was
a working group that Anise led.
Oh, I'm sorry, Anissa from
Yes.
the RURA. Yes. Actually, thank you for mentioning that. There was a working group. It has not been put on hold. They, I believe, have actually, they are in the process of submitting a report and submitting a funding request from the city. So I'm very glad you asked that because I neglected to mention that.
Yeah, because I was told that it was put that when you took over as mayor, as interim mayor, that it was put on hold. But it's good to hear that they continued and that they are putting in funding requests.
Yes, yes. There is a funding request on my desk, so I do not believe anything is on hold. I will mention one other action taken by Common Council. We know that recruitment at IPD is a real challenge. Recruiting police officers across the nation is a real challenge. One of the ways of addressing that, and we don't know if it will actually come to fruition, if we will see any applicants, but Common Council has approved a lateral transfer incentive. So someone who has been through an academy, has applied, has been vetted by IPD, if they work in another New York State police department, we now have an incentive, a $20,000 incentive for a lateral transfer. Chief, if I've misstated any of that, please jump in.
That's correct. Thank you, Mayor, for mentioning that.
Thank you, Henry. Next is Deborah Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Derek and Chief Jolie and Mayor Lewis for coming in and spearheading this discussion. So what I'm hearing is that at any given time, there's a maximum of 6 IPD officers on a shift. Is that correct? And right now, that's not the case.
Yeah, that's our preferred staffing minimum number, but we generally don't hit that number. Even with the use of overtime right now, we hover between 4 and 5 officers per shift on average.
Okay, and Derek, I know that you don't have, how many do you have on average? 3 or 4?
Usually 3 deputies and 1 supervisor. We have 28 spots for deputies, and currently 2 of those 28 are in the police academy, and another 2 are out on long-term injury leave.
So basically, on a good night or a good day at any given time, we have a total of 9 law enforcement officers out on our streets and roads in a county of over 100,000 people. Now, I'm not a law enforcement professional, but that doesn't sound like a recipe for good police presence and good public safety. I don't know how much of this problem is due to difficulties of recruitment and how much of it is due to the county legislature and the Common Council not allocating sufficient resources to our law enforcement agencies to staff up to where they need to be. But obviously, to me, this looks like a real crisis. And I'm just suggesting that we legislators and our counterparts on the Common Council be aware of that. I'd be happy to hear what suggestions Derek and Chief Jolie might bring to us that would help this situation, because it strikes me as ridiculous to expect 9 people at any given time to police a county this size.
Thank you, Deborah. I also had, similar concerns in regards to the staffing. And we could talk about cameras and, spending a lot of money on that, but that seems to be very much so after the fact, after the crime has already happened and us trying to find the person that committed the crime. And while I think that's important, that's not going to stop what's actually happening. Let's see here. I have George McGonigal and then Mike Lane.
Thanks, Sean. I just wanted to speak to what Deb's concern was about staffing. I agree that we don't have enough officers on the road. That's a huge problem. But I'll point out that council has approved 65 positions. And right now, only about 53 are filled, and a significant number of those are out on leave or still in the academy. So even if we said, okay, let's hire 10 more officers,
You couldn't get them.
we at right now we couldn't get them. And another part of this problem is I'll say, because of the uncertainty involved in the reimagining process, I'm not saying good or bad, I'm just saying the uncertainty. We have lost some of our best and most experienced officers who have chosen to retire before they were really thinking about retiring. So that's another reason why we have so many openings, is we've had a number of retirements of good officers.
Thank you, George. I have Mike Lane, Mike Sigler, Mayor Lewis, and then Travis Brooks.
This is kind of unusual tonight. I really appreciate the mayor and the police chief and the others who are here tonight, that you do us honor by coming in and talking with us at our meeting like this. I had two things I wanted to ask about. One is, I keep hearing about this property next door to the DSS building that seems to be a center of difficulty with certain individuals. And I wondered who owns that building, who runs the program that's in it, and who oversees it?
Laura or Mayor Lewis or Chief Jolie, would you like to answer that?
I believe, I'll defer to the chief in a moment, but I believe you're referring to the Southern Tier AIDS program building. Am I correct in that?
I believe so.
Okay, that is private. It is not, as best I know, owned by or overseen by either the county or the city. Now it's a, it's a building, it's a facility that is in the city, but it is not managed by, I believe, by the city or the county, if I'm not mistaken.
So it's managed out of Binghamton?
The executive director is in Binghamton, correct? It's my understanding that the director does have regular communication with staff here in Ithaca, and I know that I've talked with the director at least once. But communicating the ongoing concerns is something that, I will say I should be better at communicating the concerns there.
Thank you. The other thing, if I could just put a little bit in about the things they were just talking about, and that's the staffing of our public safety departments. 3 or 4 years ago, we did a study about possibility of combining departments in some way. It seemed to have been put on a shelf because of parochialism between, people in the county said, oh, we don't want to be involved with the city. People in the city said, oh, we don't want to be involved with people in the county. I think both were wrong. I think that's something that we ought to take another look at. And especially now when it's very difficult to get people to sign up. It's interesting George, what you said. I talked to somebody who had just graduated from criminal justice program, had been thinking about becoming a police officer, but with all of the political things that have been going on in the last year or two, is gun shy of putting his name forward to be a police officer. So maybe not only are we losing people to retirement, but maybe we aren't attracting the people that we ought to be. Law enforcement is a proud career. And they're great people that choose to do that. We need to support them, and we need to make sure that our young officers, or young potential officers, realize that they are appreciated and they ought to have support.
Thank you, Mike Lane. Mike Sigler?
Well, actually, I wanted to comment on what Mike just said, because I think that's the elephant in the room. And I would like to know what some of my fellow representatives think of this. It's my understanding the Sheriff's Department is having trouble recruiting, and Ithaca Police Department is obviously having trouble recruiting. I don't actually think that this is a policing problem or a police department problem, and we're spending an awful lot of time on reimagining these departments, when I always thought Ithaca Police Department, frankly, was a model for the country. A lot of people thought that way too about the mental health element that was incorporated into the Ithaca Police Department, which also was incorporated into the Sheriff's Department. I'm wondering how many representatives we have here that see this as maybe a political problem. That frankly, when our officers were being harassed by activists, whatever you want to really call them, not a whole lot of politicians stood up against that and came to the defense of our police officers. That to me is the larger question. And I didn't know if anybody else, I can't imagine other people will want to speak to that, but if they would like to, I would love to hear it. I can't imagine someone wanting to work for us. Because they didn't see that support over those few years. And I mean, I hate to say that. We live in a beautiful area. I think that the police department itself was always run really well, and the Sheriff's Department, I think, is run very well. But it's nice of us to say that, Mike, that this is an honored profession and that they're respected, but they didn't see that respect when the rubber hit the road. They didn't see it. So does anybody blame people for not really wanting to go into that profession? And I'll leave it there. I don't know if anybody else wants to comment. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am, but I might be.
Thanks, Mike. And I don't want to turn this into a political debate because we will in fact be here till midnight, like our last meeting.
It's a political element.
However, I think if we look at on a national scale, you could live in Arkansas, you could live in any one of your red states and see the exact same shortage and the exact same struggle. And it's a national issue of recruiting officers. So I'm going to go through the list here. Laura, or gosh, I am so sorry, Mayor Lewis. I know
That's okay.
Mayor Lewis personally, and so it's a little difficult to, but I will try hard. Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you, Shauna. I was at a restaurant I frequent recently, and person working there asked what they should call me, and I said, Laura. So I respond to that, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the first name basis and the friendship, the collegial friendship and relationship with many legislators. I wanted to respond to one of the questions, comments that Deborah made earlier, and that is to ask if both the sheriff and the chief could comment on the work with other municipalities, departments. And we have to remember that when we're talking about public safety across Tompkins County, there is a, I'm not going to remember them all, I'm sure, but the sheriff and the chief probably will, but there is a Cuba Heights Department, there are other municipalities. So I don't believe it is always the case that we as a county are left with a minimum of 9. Do we need more officers on the road and in the case of the city on the commons and in neighborhoods and getting to work with residents? I agree completely, but I just want to also acknowledge that there are other departments within the county.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Next, we have Travis Brooks, Veronica Pillar, Rich John, and Greg Muzzy.
So I want to address a few things that have been said. You know, when I can't sit here and have any of my colleagues put this on reimagining. This not even fair. Reimagining was created because of what people who look like me, how they were treated, both in the community and within the department, right? You talk to folks that look like me and they'll share some stories. Is Ithaca like a lot of other communities? No. I've busted my butt over the last 15, 20 years creating relationships with folks from IPD, and I value those relationships. I work really hard with members of IPD, and we've had a lot of successful outcomes. And I'll be the first to point out those outcomes. And I'll be the first to say that I don't feel like a lot of people that look like me in this community. My son doesn't feel like a lot of people who say that young Black people are targeted and hunted. He doesn't feel that way. A lot of us don't feel that way. I feel safer in Ithaca than I do in the rest of the county, in the rest of the state, and anywhere else I've been in this country. So there are good things that have happened in this community with policing. But if you go back and you look at the program that Bo Saw and Terry from the county's mental health department created, ask yourself where that program went. Why is that program gone? The program that exists for co-response models in Rochester exists. It's based off the model we used to have here in Ithaca, which we don't have anymore. When you look at the amount of positions at IPD that went unfunded by Common Council and by the mayor's office over the last 10 years, when you look at policing as an institution for the city going without a contract for 10 years before reimagining even started, right? Those things all play into this. This wasn't created from just reimagining. And I will say there were some officers that left because of reimagining, and some of them probably should have, because we can't sit here and act like everything was great until reimagining happened, because it wasn't. It just wasn't. That's not a fair statement. It's just not fair at all. I have taken a lot of heat from my community. When I say my community, the community of color, because of the relationships that I have for IPD, because I'll stand here and say that I feel safe in my community, because I will sit here and say that I think we have a good police department and there's always things that could be better because of the relationships I have. We're not going to hang this on RPS. That's not fair. That's just not a fair assessment of how we got here. There were so many things that happened before we got here. George, you may remember, you've been on Common Council for a while. How many positions did we have on the books 10, 15 years ago, right? It was more than 65. So there's a lot of different reasons why we got to where we got. Some people have said that recruiting is an issue all over the country. It is. Look at other departments within the city and county and how difficult it is to hire people, right? It's not just an issue for the police department. It's across the county. We got a lot of good jobs in the county where we can't hire people. The same with the city. Look at DPW. You can't get certain things done because we have a labor shortage in this country. But this is not just because of RPS. Were there issues related to RPS? Yes. And a lot of that was manufactured from this thing back and forth with the police and the former mayor. Let's just call it what it is, right? We're not going to do this on the backs of people that look like me. I refuse to allow that to happen.
That was not what I was saying, Travis.
No, I don't think it was, George. I
agree with what you're saying, by the way. I agree with what you're saying. We have lost, I'm talking about, I could name 2 specific officers, one of color and one not, who are really valuable officers that we've lost this year. That's what I was talking about. But I agree with how you're looking at this. And there was about 80, I think we had about 80 up to about 15 years ago.
I think JR posted in the comments that there were 82 positions in the late 90s and 72 in the first 10 years of the 2000s. So the city has grown, the county has grown, but we've reduced the number of police officers on the books.
Thank you, Travis. Next, Veronica Pillar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And apologies to everyone for turning my video off. I have to attend on my phone, and this is how you'd have to see a close-up of my forehead if you want to hear me, so let's not do that. Thank you, Travis, for saying all that and giving us a better perspective on what's behind reimagining public safety. I agree with you completely based on what I know, and a lot of your experience comes from perspective I don't have as a longtime resident and worker in the city and as a Black man. And I think I just want to really encourage everyone to give that the weight it deserves. I had a separate question, maybe for Chief Jolie and Sheriff Osborne, or like whoever is fielding calls from folks talking about feeling unsafe on this block of the street. I know there were a couple like high profile violent incidents outside the Human Services building. And I recognize this talk about kind of reactive measures, and I appreciate encouraged about what both of you mentioned about looking into better lighting and getting people involved in trimming the bushes and things. But I'm also wondering, like, can you share some specific things that people are experiencing or noticing that they're responding to when they call in saying hey, I need help with safety as pertains to this block? I know that I'm interested to get a little more specific picture of what is the unsafety, whether it's real, felt, or both, as I think about this.
Chief Jolie.
Sure, thank you. I don't have specific numbers with me tonight as we sit here to provide to you, but I would say also that there's just increased pedestrian traffic in the area, and it's at all hours, which also tends to lead to other things. And I think we're also experiencing where people aren't calling in everything that happens as well. So we're often hearing about it through emails later or phone calls later about, people feeling unsafe or things that they've seen or witnessed down there. So I think it's coming in different ways, not necessarily through the 911 center, through a dispatch call.
Thank you. Rich John.
Thank you, Shauna. I'd like to just build on what Mike and George and Travis have just talked about. I have supported reimagining public safety, and I agree with Travis that in its best conception, reimagining public safety has nothing to do with disparaging police officers. The impetus for reimagining public safety, as I see it, is making a better community, making a more trusting community, and building trust in the communities of color that absolutely need to feel included in our community. At the same time, I think we may not have done the best job we could have done as elected representatives in indicating our clear support of our police. At Public Safety, we've had an opportunity to read letters over the last 2 years thanking police officers. And that was an intentional effort to try to get a message out about the amazingly good work that our police officers do. And just off the top of my head, we just read a letter of an officer that saved somebody's life at the airport who was having a heart attack. There was another officer who administered Narcan and saved somebody's life. There were corrections officers that saved an inmate who was trying to commit suicide. I've certainly, and I've lived a long time, I've never saved anybody's life, and police officers do it on a regular basis. I can tell you, we read a letter thanking an officer for driving a mother to Syracuse in a snowstorm so she could be with her daughter who is in an ambulance ahead of the police car who is dying. You know, the impact officers have on individual lives and critical impacts, we just shouldn't forget those. And Mike Sigler, to your point, you know, I don't think we've done enough to make clear where we stand. And I think we have to redouble our efforts. So thanks for bringing that up.
Thank you, Rich. Next is Greg Muzzy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since I've been credited with calling this gathering of the minds to order, thank you very much, from a comment that I made at a previous meeting. One, I just want to thank my colleagues for their comments. I think this type of discussion is productive, and definitely, as I think one of my colleagues alluded to, we're not public safety experts, right? So having this chance to get together and Mayor Lewis, I appreciate you coming as much as I love George's updates. It is nice to have some time with you to have these discussions. I hope we can make this more of a regular occurrence as we, move forward and look to solve this as one community, as you mentioned. And Chief Jolie, I appreciate the work that you do, and Sheriff Osborne, as always, the work that the Sheriff's Department is doing. So this has been really beneficial. I hope we can continue this conversation, and I hope that we can start to have some real actionable items that come out of these conversations, so that it's in fact not just conversation, but action, so that we can create a safer, more accessible community for everybody. So thank you, and appreciate you, Mayor Lewis, and Chief Jolie, Sheriff Osborne, for being here today.
Thank you, Greg. Randy Brown.
Thank you. I can't speak a lot about the city of Ithaca Police, but I agree with almost everything that Travis said. You can't put it up that because there's a long history there, and staffing is part of that. What I've noticed since I've been at legislature in my interaction with the sheriff's office, I see a lot of respect from all of our legislatures for our sheriff's department. I think that's communicated well. I've seen that communicated well since I've been here. And I think that helps. And morale is very important in any environment. And I think the sheriff's office is doing well, and they're tracking data well. And it's good to see what that's telling us. Going back to the reason we're here, in the safety of the people down at the DSS building in that general area. I wasn't in those meetings. I don't really have a lot of creative ideas to how to fix that, but it would seem to me that we should identify reasons and the issues that are particular to that building in that area, and then be creative with those solutions. I like community organizers. We had a president who was one, and I think they're very important. I think the community in that general area needs more power. It needs to have an input on things. And I don't know if it's armed police. I don't like that idea necessarily of armed police walking up and down State Street, Martin Luther King Boulevard. He wouldn't be very happy about if he were here to see that, I'm sure. But I do think it's an effort needs to be made. I'm glad the city's here, and I think the county will step up as we need to. So.
Thank you, Randy. Lee Shirtliff.
I think the last couple of speakers have pretty well summed up where we were headed last month, and I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we've had a pretty wide-ranging discussion tonight and talked about several of the initiatives. But the bottom line is we felt necessary as a legislature to vote money out of the fund balance last month to hire armed security for that facility, and the conversation tonight and moving forward will need to inform us as to whether that needs to continue on in future budget years. And I'm not confident at this point that we're anywhere near doing anything except having to extend that presence. But at least I appreciate Mayor and council members and Chief Jolie for listening to us tonight and recognizing that the problem does exist and that the city is willing to work on it with us.
Thank you, Lee. Okay, I have two more hands, Travis Brooks and Henry Granison, and we've all had at least one chance to speak. So I would like to let the two of you have comment, but if we could keep it short, that would be great.
Absolutely. You know, one of the issues that we're not talking about tonight is mental health. And from talking to the officers that I work with on lead, and I know John and Derek could speak to this better, the amount of time officers spend doing mental health work, that's not what they're here for. That's not what they're hired for. That's not what they're trained to do. People are in desperate need of services in this community, and we don't have the services to treat everybody. That's a massive issue. Second, we have a massive drug epidemic in this community. And because it doesn't look like the late 80s and 90s, we're not addressing it, right? We have a massive opioid issue in this community. People aren't breaking into houses because, you know, they need food. They're breaking into houses because they have habits that they have to take care of, right? So those are some things that we have to address in a very different way. That's part of the reason why we have more crime. And mental health, we have some very needy individuals in this community. From day to day, they don't know who they are. They're not getting services, and it is creating a massive issue. Officers will tell you that they'll spend 2 or 3 hours on a shift dealing with one person. And they're not doing a lot of criminalized behavior, but where do they go? And then we don't have places for people to go when they're in crisis. You drop them off at the hospital. That's all we have is the hospital. And that's not sufficient. So, you know, and those things just don't have to do with policing. They have to do with services that are not rendered in this community. I would like to hear Chief Jolie and Sheriff Osborne talk about the amount of time that they deal with these issues.
Yeah, thanks, Travis. I'll just add that, yeah, I mean, a lot of our calls, if not a good majority, involve mental health issues and also drug addiction issues, and the two often go hand in hand, no doubt. And what you're saying is right. And in fact, members of law enforcement have been saying this for years and years and years. And, you know, it wasn't law enforcement that decided to pick up all this extra work in these type of issues. This has been dumped on law enforcement for many, many years. And now I think we're just starting to see the ramifications of that. So, yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
Thank you. I just want to note that Travis Brooks is definitely going to get the Star Legislator of the Evening award because you have brought forth just some really good points that I think many of us were not aware of, hadn't really seen it from your view, and it's just been really helpful having your input tonight. So thank you. Henry Granison.
Yes, I want to focus on what Travis said about mental health, because again, in public safety, we a couple of meetings ago dealt with this, or at least addressed it with Sheriff Osborne about how the numbers of people going in jail are mental health related. But I want to also talk about the homelessness issue. We had Richard Rivera talk about this very State Street issue a couple of months ago. And we talked about tides, but we said that tides is mostly, let's say it.
Henry, we can hear you.
Okay, tides is mostly a white issue. That is basically what's going on, and that the staff issue and the State Street issue is an African American issue. And that we have to deal with that. Also, I want to deal with the health center. The health center has also had crimes done in the area, and so we have lots of issues to deal with. But again, we have to basically deal with them one by one, and hopefully, deal with them. Again, we have lots of issues to deal with, and that's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Henry. I have a feeling that tides is going to be a much different conversation on another night. We'll devote a few hours to that. But I want to thank everyone who chose to spend their time with us this evening. Mayor Lewis, Chief Jolie, and Sheriff Osborne. Your input has been invaluable, and it's just been really nice to have a beneficial conversation with all of us in the room. So we thank you for attending tonight. We'd love to have you back.
Thank you for the invitation. Would love to come back.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to join you.
Thank you. Have a good night. Next, we are going to move on to legislators' privilege of the floor. Is there anyone that has announcements or comments? I see Dan Klein.
Thank you. Hey, I just wanted to report that at the TCAT board meeting last week, we unanimously passed a resolution about the fare free issue that a number of speakers have been talking to us about. And what we basically decided is we are going to do a study, I guess is the term we end up using. And then we're going to complete that study within a year. And it's going to look at the issues around fare free and what it might take to get there. So it was short of a commitment to going fare free, but it was a positive step forward with a definite timeline. And I'd be happy to fill in anyone that wants more details, but I just want to report that development. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I have Mike Sigler, Deborah Dawson, and Travis Brooks.
I wanted to go after Dan so I could completely crush his commentary. So, because I have good news. Sarah and I are going to have a baby. So,
Yay.
so a lot of you didn't want to leave anybody who didn't know out of the loop. So yeah, come January, there will be another Lansingite to join our lovely community. So
that's great. Congratulations, Mike. We're really excited for you. And Sarah, of course. Okay, Deborah Dawson and then Travis Brooks.
Well, I was just going to announce to everyone and congratulate Mr. Sigler on his impending fatherhood. Suggestions for the bachelor party cum baby shower will be gratefully accepted. Thank you.
Okay, Travis Brooks.
If you all are looking for some fun, some good feels, good vibes and community this weekend, the Greater Ithaca Activity Center is having their National 3-on-3 Gus Macker basketball tournament. We have over 90 teams, 97 to be exact, teams of 4, so 400 ballers coming into this community to play basketball Saturday and Sunday. We're hosting it here at GAC because it's our 50th anniversary. The pool will be open. There'll be vendors. There'll be basketball all day. Friday night is our all-star game for our Rashad Richardson Basketball League. So from 5:30 to 9:30, there'll be basketball at the courts and all weekend long. So if you're looking for something to do, you get bored, come on down, have some food, watch some young people, older people. We have women and men as old as 50 playing in the tournament. So it'll be a great time. It's right here at GAC. Come down and have some fun.
Thank you, Travis. Next is Ann Corman.
Thanks, Chair Black. I also wanted to extend my congratulations to one of my colleagues. I don't know if we announced this at a previous legislature meeting, and I wanted to do it when we were maybe both in person, but we keep missing each other as far as being at the same meeting. So that my colleague who I often sit next to when we're in chambers, Greg Mezzi, was married. And so I wanted to congratulate him and his partner on his nuptials a couple of weeks ago. So congratulations.
Thank you, Ann. Congratulations, Greg. Randy Brown.
Thank you. Newfoundland had its own home days on Saturday, and there were various county departments there, as well as Cornell Crop Extension. Rob Henry came and took some pictures. I appreciate that very much on his own time. I also toured the 4-H camp, and 2 young students, Clara and Ariana, who are juniors, seniors, are really managing the whole fair pretty much. It was really interesting, and they're fascinating young ladies. Very impressed with what they did there. And also Enfield had its annual fire department picnic with clams and the whole bit. Other didn't have any of those, and it was very well attended, and it was a very good community. A lot of kids. They had I think you called it a redneck water slide that they'd set up, and about 40 kids were really having a great time with that. So, yeah.
Sounds like fun. I do have a question. Did you go down the water slide?
I did not.
Okay. Okay, any other legislator? Rich John?
I'd like to put a thank you out. And I'd start out by shamelessly bragging on my son, who just got his master's up at Rochester Institute of Technology, but also had a really successful year pole vaulting. And my son has been a pole vaulter for many years now, starting in, I think, 8th grade at Ithaca High. And I wanted to just mention Eric Parker, who runs the Ithaca High track program, and all the coaches there. That is a remarkable track team in that year after year, they have developed some really good track athletes, and they've pushed through a lot of runners, jumpers, and throwers to college that have continued to compete there. And I credit that to just being very open, that you can go there and just do what you want to do, but if you really want to compete, the door is open to all. And they have done that year in, year out. And the Ithaca High track program really lit a fire in my son, and they've done it for lots and lots of our young people. The other person I'd mention is Matt Scheffler, who is coaches at the Lansing High School and also Ithaca College, and is a remarkable technician of pole vaulting. You do not get good at pole vaulting by yourself. It is a real combination between an athlete and a coach. And the analysis and the work you have to do to refine going higher is really remarkable. And Matt Scheffler has demonstrated over and over again the ability to do this for one pole vaulter after another. And we've had a lot of very successful college pole vaulters that started here as a result. He also had good pole vaulting coaching at RIT, but the local roots are really important. And those two people, I wanted to say thank you, because it really made a difference in my son's life.
Very nice, Rich. Thanks for sharing. Veronica Pillar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was a hurdler in high school, and when people expressed their being impressed, I would always point to the pole vaulters and say, that's what I couldn't do. What I actually wanted to say is I'm zooming in right now from Glenwood Springs, Colorado, in Garfield County. And as I've been walking along, I've seen multiple yard signs asking people to sign up for their emergency alert system. So cross-country solidarity with our siren, and just another reminder, because we can't have enough of folks to sign up if you haven't done so already.
Great, thank you. Mike Lane?
There's so much going on nationally. Those of us that like to comment on things like that have certainly quite a garden variety of things to talk about. But I want to mention about inflation. People are being hurt because of the increased cost of food, particularly increased costs of gasoline, and even more than gasoline, home heating oil fuel and other fuels like propane and kerosene, for example. People are being just paying double what they were paying last winter. We have to think about that. We're about to enter into our budget season in earnest. We have been lucky the last couple of years. We've been able to put together budgets and be able to do some of the things that we needed to do, including hiring back some of the folks that had been the positions that had been eliminated going back to 2008. We have to think about what we're going to do with folks with taxes. We've set a reasonable increase this year. But we always have to remember that our tax is probably the least hurtful. The most hurtful, of course, is school taxes, as if you'll talk to any property owner. And everybody pays sales taxes. And they aren't cheap. And when the price of goods goes up, so does the price of so does the amount of taxes that they have to pay for sales. So I would just say this year we should be very, very somber about our budget process and do only what's necessary, thinking about those who have to struggle to make ends meet. Elderly folks that have to decide between heat and food, and that does happen even with some of the programs we have out there. People have to decide whether they're going to split their medications so that they don't have to buy as much of it, even though having those medications at the particular strength is what the doctor recommends. Anyway, that's some of the things I wanted to mention, but let's keep the people we represent in mind all the time.
Thank you, Mike. Amanda Champion.
Thank you. I just want to remind everyone that there is an election on August 23rd, and you still have time to get an absentee ballot. I got one because I'm planning to be out of town, and it was very easy to do on the Board of Elections website. Put in your address and your name, and they mail it to you within a couple of days. Also, a reminder that there are 2 separate ballots because there's 2 separate elections. So if you do get an absentee ballot, you'll actually get 2, and you got to put them in their separate envelopes. And I'm just looking at the Board of Election website, and there has been a change in the state law. So in the past, if you had an absentee ballot, but then you decided that you could vote on election day, you can still do that, but you won't be voting on the machine. It'll be an affidavit ballot only. So just be aware that it's a little bit different than last time. But you can just fill out your absentee ballot and send it in. And hopefully if you don't do that, you show up at the polls on the 23rd. Thanks.
Thank you, Amanda. Anyone else for legislator privilege of the floor? I don't see any other hands. Thank you. Next, I am going to give a very short chair's report, and then we'll move on to our presentation, and then we'll take a short break. I would first off like to, we had discussed, we had our first Community Recovery Fund Advisory Board meeting, and I would like to announce that we are going to change the name of that meeting, and the name is going to be Dan, you might need to help me here. The Community Recovery Fund Advisory Board. Before it was just the Recovery Fund Advisory Board. So we decided to change it because it might get confusing for some people. I also wanted to appoint Deborah Dawson to that group as well. As you can see on our agenda, it is going to be a committee that's going to report out for all 14 legislators so that everyone is kept in the loop on the monthly meetings. And from there, I will give my chair's report. I wanted to make legislators aware that next to your mailboxes are new Tompkins County value cards, each with a different value: integrity, accountability, respect, and equity. These are there for all of us to share a note of thanks to our colleagues, employee, or department through our interoffice mail when our employees show their values at work. Thanks to the WDIC for their work rolling out our organization's value. I would also like to thank our very own Dominic Recchio for his marketing expertise and help with this. He's constantly the person behind the scenes that makes so many of our wonderful things happen in our county, such as our Facebook posts, our tweets, our marketing material. And one day I am hopeful that we will have a TikTok channel. It has been requested, yes. I also want to take a moment to welcome back our local college students. Moving vans are visible throughout the community. I'm sure we'll see some individuals going up Seneca in the next few days. And I just wanted to welcome everyone to our community and remind our legislators that on-campus move-ins are going to happen later this month. We have such a vibrant community of students, and I'm always very excited to see how much energy comes to our community late in summer and early fall. With that said, I would also like to remind locals to get your shopping done at Wegmans now before it becomes pure chaos. I want to thank our friends from the city and our sheriff for joining us this evening to discuss safety concerns around the city of Ithaca. These issues are not always easy to talk about, especially when we all of us want what is best for our community: safe neighborhoods, vibrant schools, and a thriving economy. We have also had the discussion in our communities relating to our unhoused population and those living in encampments. With topics as complex as this, I know we're going to require more time and conversation. As we move forward, it's going to be paramount for us to include all of the stakeholders, staff, and those with lived experiences in our community members as we decide what steps to take next. And that's my chair's report. Let's see here. Next, we are going to move on to the special topical presentation. And I would like to welcome Katie Borgella and Cynthia Adonzio Bianco from Tetra Tech here to present the Tompkins County Resiliency and Recovery Plan. Welcome.
Thanks so much, Shauna. Hi, everybody. Good evening. I'm really looking forward tonight to presenting to you the Tompkins County Resiliency and Recovery Plan. It's the result of several years of work by our staff in planning and sustainability, as well as local and regional officials, relevant businesses and nonprofits, and other county departments spent a lot of time and effort on this plan as well, including emergency response, recycling and materials management, facilities, health, and highway. The funding for this plan was provided by the New York State Department of State through its countywide resiliency planning grant program. And just a reminder that the New York State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services provided funds to update the hazard mitigation plan component of this resiliency plan. The tagline for the resiliency plan is planning now to accelerate recovery in the future. This plan is focused on helping the county and others take concrete steps to better prepare for future disasters. It includes actions to help municipal governments and the county to prepare quickly to remove debris from homes, businesses, and roadways after a disaster such as a major flood. Actions to help businesses consider what are their essential functions and services that they will need to quickly restore after a disruptive event. Actions to help our three largest water purveyors plan together to improve drought resiliency, as well as many others. The goal for the Resiliency and Recovery Plan is to help prioritize recovery actions prior to, during, and after hazard event in order to reduce hazard impacts and interruptions to the local and regional economy and support rapid recovery. I'm pleased tonight to introduce Cynthia Bianco. She served as our project manager for Tetra Tech. That was the county's consultant on this project. Cynthia has worked tirelessly on behalf of the county in creating this plan and has been a true partner in this work. So Cynthia, if you would like to start the presentation, please.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me and see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for letting me join you tonight as the Tetra Tech project manager for this effort. I really appreciate the opportunity to provide an overview of the Tompkins County Resiliency and Recovery Plan. Because of the vision of Tompkins County Department of Planning and Sustainability, this has come to fruition. It's an extremely unique plan among the suite of plans that were funded by New York Department of State in terms of resiliency plans, because it has a focus on the interface of mitigation and recovery. And it has a suite of toolkits and resources that will support ongoing resiliency in the county. So this was initiated, several years ago with the update of the Tompkins County Hazard Mitigation Plan. The various components that comprise the Resiliency and Recovery Plan have been developed to provide an integrated basis to identify and implement coordinated activities to reduce the impact of more frequent and severe disaster events due to climate change. It represents the culmination of collaborative planning process inclusive of county, municipal, and regional stakeholders, as well as the public. As we noted, this plan was funded by two sources in order to reduce the risks associated with hazards in the changing climate and to prepare for long-term recovery from disaster events. The Department of Planning and Sustainability received funding from both the New York State Department of State and from FEMA under the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. So tonight, I'd like to provide an overview of the components of the plan. There are many components that fit together for this plan and rely on integration. So what we are doing is going to be really running you through screenshots of our interactive online story map to really give you the highlights of the plan. And if you haven't had an opportunity to access that on the Tompkins County Climate Adaptation website, I urge you to go there and click on that link and explore the plan for yourself. So this plan has been developed to provide a better understanding of the framework to minimize the disruption of events such as flood, drought, and wind on the residents, businesses, and the economy of Tompkins County. In short, the plan will provide an integrated approach to increase the capacity of entities in the county to adapt and thrive in the face of climate change. So what makes this unique is that it builds on each component to inform the crucial recovery phase of emergency management. While most counties have a hazard mitigation plan, few have taken the next steps to fully integrate it with preparedness and recovery planning activities. This plan presents recommendations from each of the components to provide a detailed roadmap for implementation of distinct projects and activities. The Resilience and Recovery Plan includes a countywide hazard mitigation plan, a countywide debris management plan, drought and flooding resources, as well as an economic recovery framework. So when we ask why the county is looking at a plan to not only mitigate hazards, but to reduce the physical impact, but to additionally minimize economic disruptions, we simply need to look at the data that indicates that many businesses impacted by natural disasters are unable to reopen and continue their operations. The Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety reports that each year, thousands of businesses are affected by floods, hurricanes, and wildfire, and it forces them to close. The research shows that only 25% of businesses that closed as a result of these events do not reopen, and that many that do reopen struggle to stay in business. So in Tompkins County, you have a number of non-residential and commercial structures that are exposed to things such as flood events and wind. And the significance of this impact is not only measured solely by the damage of the structures for the flood events, but by the interruption of businesses, lost revenue, and lost wages caused by temporary and permanent business closures. So understanding this, we have developed this proactive plan and have provided resources and toolkits to support the ongoing effort to resilience. So here's a screenshot of the landing page of the Tompkins County Resiliency and Recovery Plan, or the RRP. We created this circle graphic to show that there are many components and moving parts of the plan, but they are all connected. And as you see, there are certain components that provide additional detail to traditional plans. So when you look at the hazard mitigation plan, we have developed additional resources for flood and drought mitigation, and an economic recovery plan. There are a number of components that provide training, resources, and templates for communities and businesses to become more resilient. So this is a story map built on a GIS platform. It's interactive and allows the public to easily access all the different aspects of the plan. By clicking on the desired plan component or the tabs on top of the page, it brings the user to an overview and information of each of those portions of the plan. If the user would like to have more detailed information, they can dive into things such as dashboards and even access PDFs, full PDFs of the plan to review all the details. Toolkits developed to facilitate the culture of resilience include, include floodplain management best practices, critical asset floodplain fact sheets, pre-disaster recovery ordinance template, local government continuity of planning templates, business continuity planning templates, and a resiliency and recovery messaging playbook. So each component of the RRP includes a list of priority implementation actions to increase resilience. The plan identifies actions for implementation by county and local governments, as well as businesses and stakeholders. This page shows an example of a summary of actions by implementation entity. It can be sorted and searched by the user. Further details regarding the development of these actions, as well as their context in the recovery continuum, are provided in each plan component. Here we have the hazard mitigation plan. Again, this was developed to provide a roadmap to resilience by identifying hazards affecting the county and its communities. All of the municipalities in Tompkins County worked together to finalize this plan, which was adopted by the county legislature on October 5th, 2021. This is a 2-volume plan, and it provides an enhanced narrative to provide a more complete understanding of the hazard vulnerabilities that affect the county and the communities. Volume 1 includes county-wide information, while Volume 2 has a chapter for each participating municipality. So feedback regarding the content of the plan may be provided to the county using the link on this page, and it will be addressed as appropriate during the annual reviews of the plan. Here we have an indication of the pop-up information that you get as you click on each component of the plan. Again, it's an easy way, interactive way to get that information. Okay, so further on the hazard mitigation plan, it includes 8 hazards of concern. These are natural hazards that were reviewed and selected by a steering committee after review of the amount of impact and damages potentially facing the county and its communities. And the plan provides a description of each hazard. It includes the extent, the magnitude, and a vulnerability assessment to provide an estimate of damages, including impacts to people, impacts to structures, and the economy. So this information is valuable to inform policy, funding decisions, and to identify projects that will help increase resilience. Here's an example of information provided in our flood hazard dashboard. In this case, we're showing county-wide vulnerability data, including the total population in the county, the number and value of buildings exposed to flooding or located in the floodplain, and an estimate of damages expected for flood with a 1% chance of occurrence. By accessing the menu, this information is available for each municipality also. So as a result of identifying the risk and understanding what's in harm's way, the plan includes a list of mitigation actions to be implemented by the county in each community. They were developed in coordination with local officials. They utilized the information that was developed in the plan, and as well as feedback by agency, municipal and public stakeholders. Actions span the range from structural projects to nature-based solutions and green infrastructure, or even living snow fences. And all this information is available through the story map and the PDF of the plan. So finally, the plan is available in PDF format. Each of the volumes are here. By clicking on that, the plan is able to be downloaded as needed. Okay, so moving on to our flood resources. We have additional resources that were developed with the cooperation of the town of Lansing. It provides a foundation for our countywide best management practices for floodplain management. So the town worked with us and participated in a review of their capabilities as related to FEMA's community rating system, which provides a good structure for helping communities reduce their flood risk. So a report's available, which summarizes our work with the town of Lansing. It provides an assessment of the activities under the program that the town of Lansing could participate in. And in addition, it provides an estimate of the economic benefits of participation. So the recommended floodplain practices, which was an outcome of this work with the town of Lansing, provides guidance on general best practices for all the communities in the county, and includes recommendations to establish sound floodplain management procedures. Okay. All right, moving on to our critical facility resources. We use the hazard mitigation plan as a springboard to provide some more information to critical facility owners to assist them in mitigating their facilities against a future flood risk. This section includes an interactive map to support owners and operators in the floodplain by providing resources to guide improvements to reduce the risk of flooding. So critical facilities, or lifelines, are the essential facilities for the health and welfare of the population that are needed before, during, and after an event to ensure the safety of the community. Critical facilities were reviewed by the county and each municipality, and they include things such as police and fire stations, schools, and emergency operations centers. All this information is available on an interactive map. Here's a screenshot of that. This page provides facility-specific information by clicking on each icon. It also provides access to 9 fact sheets, which describe examples of potential upgrades owners can do for their critical facilities to help improve their continuity of operations. So this is actually a very unique part of our plan. And again, a way which the resiliency plan has built on the hazard mitigation planning process, because generally hazard mitigation plans do include outreach to critical facility owners, but once it's in the plan, it really isn't a good way to implement that. So this really is showing sort of a proactive approach by the county to provide these resources in easily accessible format to owners and really incentivize them to take a look to see what they can do to improve their facilities. And here we have our drought resources. This component provides an analysis of the redundancy of countywide water systems to avoid issues with drought. It provides preliminary identification of gaps regarding the interconnection of the existing water purveyors, and it clarifies the importance of interagency agreements. And here we have the debris management plan. The debris management plan is something which is of extreme importance, especially to be proactive when you're thinking about recovery from a disaster. You know, without some forethought and management and understanding of the parties involved, the rules and regulations, the debris collection process, logistics, and the amount of equipment you have available in terms of state areas to stage the debris, communities are in a tough spot after disaster. Having a debris management plan will help ensure reimbursement by FEMA for post-disaster costs in terms of cleanup. So it's important to have this, and it's a great benefit for the county to have this debris management plan. Again, clicking on the link on this page will bring you to a PDF of that plan for use as traditional document. And here's the final part of our resiliency and recovery plan. We're looking at our economic recovery plan and framework. This provides guidance in the development of a formal economic recovery plan and recommendations on actions to ensure consistency among the county and local government planning documents, and addresses how the recovery effort could be organized, including guidance on the recovery team, associated recovery office, authorities, and limits of power. This lays out the need for the county to work together to define economic recovery and what that means, and to update the comprehensive emergency management plan to ensure that the principles of mitigation are included in the recovery plan to ensure that when things are being built back, they're being built back in a manner to avoid future damages. In addition to the economic recovery plan, our scope included the development of a continuity of operations plans for governments, local governments within the county. As a deliverable of this, we have provided a local government continuity of operations, a template for use by each community. There were training sessions to engage the local governments, and there is a video and presentation slides available. All of this lays out the need for forethought to ensure that we have a quick recovery. Okay, in addition to that, we looked at sort of mechanisms to help local governments prepare for recovery. And the main mechanism we have recommended is a pre-disaster recovery ordinance, which outlines the departments and agencies that would be responsible for each phase of the rebuilding of a community. And we have recommended that each community take a look at this and really work toward adopting such an ordinance so that if a disaster occurs, they'll be poised to recover efficiently and quickly. And finally, we have developed a resilience messaging playbook. I think this is an excellent addition to the plan and the scope. The goal of this is to provide strategically sound messaging and outreach tactics that the county and others can use before, during, and after a disaster event to ensure there is a culture of awareness and understanding, engagement, and buy-in of preparedness activities. So as part of this, you'll see on the screenshot, there is a playbook, and I believe that there's already plans for the county and the Public Information Office to really work on developing the messaging and sending that out. In this way, the plan remains viable and will continue to be supporting the county in resilience. Okay, well, the next steps is to continue to advertise that we have a story map and let the public and your stakeholders really take a good look at that. Continue our ongoing public engagement, and really look forward to the county, municipalities, and stakeholders to implement the recommended actions and activities and to document the progress to demonstrate its commitments to resilience. And that is all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. We appreciate your presentation. Are there any questions from legislators? Rich John.
I want to read what's on the screen. Thank you, to both you and the planning department for focusing on this issue. You can't watch the national news without seeing a good dose of weather reporting around our country, that we are seeing more and more severe weather events, and it is really smart to plan for it here because it'll come. we've been very fortunate. And frankly, we live in a pretty safe place in the whole world relatively, but still we'll get our turn and we should be ready. So this is really good. Thanks.
Mike Sigler, and then Ann Corman and Veronica Pillar.
Hi, Cynthia. Mine was more of a question. Can I just break out a specific flooding issue, like the channel, the flood channel in Ithaca? I mean, does that get addressed in the report at all? I mean, it certainly seems like DEC is slow to the,
Yeah.
not the city's fault, obviously, it's DEC's fault, but yeah, I don't kind of know what.
Sure. If you look in the hazard mitigation plan in the chapter for the city of Ithaca, you'll see that there is at least one action that deals with the flood channel. And I know in conversations with the city that they are looking to position for grant funding to help, fund the improvements there. So, I mean, one thing you might recall, when in 2021, when the hazard mitigation plan was adopted, that with the adoption of that and the approval by FEMA, the county and the participating communities are eligible for FEMA pre-disaster mitigation funds. So having that eligibility is very important, which means that now the city can apply for funding to improve that situation, right, through a hazard mitigation grant program or a building resilient infrastructure and communities grant. So definitely they're positioned to do something about that now.
Thank you.
Sure.
Next is Ann Corman.
Cynthia answered part of my question already regarding additional funds because we're doing this. Another question, I'm not sure if I've asked or someone has asked this before, is because there are some things that you recommend that we still do. So there's still some action items. Is that, I don't know if this question is for you or for Katie, but will we be doing most of that in-house, or we'll be doing that with another organization such as Tetra Tech? And another part of that is, are there funds to help us with the next steps?
Yeah, I can answer that, Cynthia. We do have our new staff member, Abigail Connor is our new environmental planner, and she will be tasked with taking a close look at all the recommendations in this plan and trying to prioritize and figure out which ones to move forward first within our own departmental ability to take on work, as well as searching grant funds and applying for grants to implement the bigger items that we can't do on our own.
Great, thank you very much, Katie. And thank you, Cynthia and Katie, for all the work that, as people have said, in-house and through Tetra Tech, your staff, and I know you have a thorough understanding of all this work that you've done for us. And so thank you very much for getting us this far.
Sure.
Veronica Pillar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Cynthia, again, and Katie and Darby and everyone involved in this. I actually wanted to sort of build on Mike Sigler's question about the floodplain, because I have a lot of constituents in Fall Creek who are worried about increased flooding risk. And I know that's laid out in the plan. Actually, you mentioned the grant. You mentioned the city applying for a grant or looking at it, which they did put in an application, and I think are waiting now, which is great. But this community, what was it, a community rating system process the town of went through, is that is that something you would recommend to the other municipalities like the city, or is there steps forward for going through that as a piece of floodplain management?
That's a great question. And that's one of the reasons that the county had built in this pilot program within this plan, because the community rating system takes time and resources. So it's not for everyone. And if you read the report for the town of Lansing, the CRS baseline assessment, it sort of goes through what are the benefits of joining CRS and, what are the costs? The cost is you need some kind of a dedicated staff member to be administering and documenting and, you know, working with FEMA for annual reporting and so forth. But in response to that, the community may be eligible for discounts in flood insurance premiums for their insured properties. So property owners, you know, residential property owners, business property owners, or even municipal property owners in a town that is in a municipality that is participating in the community rating system might be eligible for getting discounts in their flood insurance. So there are a number of creditable activities under CRS, and you know they all have. If you have, you know, 50 points, you get I'm sorry, 500 points, you get 500. Okay, 500 points, you get a 5% discount. You know, 1,000 points, you get a 10% discount, and so forth, up to 40%. But that is reason, and I'm so happy that the planning department worked with us. So instead of doing a number of pilot studies, Lansing stepped up to you know, to work with us with the pilot. But then since there didn't seem to be another community that was willing to do that, that's how the county-wide best management practices was developed. And so that particular document is something that all communities can look at. It's based on best management practices from the community rating system, but it doesn't require the amount of documentation and administration that you would need to officially join the program. Did that answer your question, or?
Yes, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
Veronica, I would just add too that I've been in conversation with city public works and planning staff, and they are definitely interested in looking at CRS to see if that might be something they should be exploring more closely.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Katie. I'll try to follow up offline. Can I ask a second unrelated question? Just because a couple of the public commenters mentioned food in our food system, and we just adopted a great countywide food system plan. And I'm wondering, you know, both are really complicated, but can you talk to any intersection with this resiliency plan?
I could take that, Katie, first if you want.
Sure.
So I'm glad I had a little bit of time standing by on deck. So I was looking in our plans, and actually the economic recovery framework does talk about food availability and resources. So while, you know, all of this planning, you know, is really FEMA based, and we're looking at hazards of concern, you know, food security isn't necessarily a hazard of concern. But if you refer back to the slide where I was noticing those critical facilities and lifelines, you know, food security is a lifeline. So, so not only is food mentioned in the economic recovery plan as something that emergency management and the recovery team should be focusing on and planning for. The hazard mitigation plan is a living plan. You know, it should be reviewed annually and can be updated at any time. Communities the county can add new activities and actions and, you know, work to get those funded. So if the food security critical facilities are not already included in the county or the municipal inventory of critical facilities, they can be included in the plan, and as the plan is updated, you know, and reviewed each year. So I think that's where I see the intersection. Katie, did you have anything else on that, or?
Yeah, the other point is just that we're cognizant that this is not the full suite of all recovery and resiliency work that could be done, and there's a lot more that could be done around food. We primarily focused on drought, flooding, debris management, and economic recovery, because many of those were mentioned in the 2014 version of the hazard mitigation plan as areas that we should be particularly focused on. So that's why we chose those areas. But yes, it's true. We could keep doing a lot of work, and we should do a lot more work on preparing for disasters and other areas as well.
Great, thank you. Thank you both.
Thanks.
Okay, I have Mike Lane, and then I think what makes sense is to vote on our consent agenda, which has the acceptance of this wonderful plan. Mike Lane.
This report is full of wonderful information. Thank you for all the work that you folks have done here. I continue to worry all the time about when we're going to get an ice storm, particularly when we have more and more reliance on electricity. And I wonder where in the report I should look to see about recommendations about an ice storm, thinking about what happened up north of us a few years ago, that kind of thing.
Well, the hazard mitigation plan does have a chapter on a severe winter storm. That was one of the hazards of concern that the committee had selected to include in the plan. So there is a vulnerability assessment for that, and ice is part of that. And then in each community chapter or annex in a volume 2, if the community, felt that ice was an issue, there would be related projects. In terms of power interruption, many communities have actions to install permanent generators on the critical facilities. So, that is another place where it would be addressed. Now, generators are an eligible project under the FEMA Pre-Disaster Mitigation Program. So if a critical facility does need a generator, it's definitely would be an eligible application.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you both for coming and presenting. We certainly appreciate your expertise. Now, let's move on. Are there any resolutions to be added or withdrawn from the agenda? I see none. The consent agenda, resolutions and appointments to be voted on as a group unless any member of the legislature requests that a resolution or appointment be instead included separately and individually as part of the business of standing or special committees. Advisory board appointments, Planning Development and Environmental Quality Committee, Planning Advisory Board, Liddy Barger, Human Services Representative, term expires December 31st, 2024. Environmental Management Council, Melanie Griever Cordova, at-large member, term expires December 31st, 2023. Public Safety Committee, Resolution A, authorizing agreement between Tompkins County Department of Emergency Response and Cornell University Division of Public Safety to establish a backup dispatch center, ID 11038. Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Resolution B, renewal of 5-year lease, Tompkins County Office of Human Rights, ID 10985. Resolution C, authorizing Federal Transit Administration Section 5339 Bus and Bus Facility Program Grant, Tompkins County or Tompkins Consolidated Area Transit, TCAT ID 11042, Health and Human Services Committee, Resolution D, authorization to accept New York State award to the Department of Veteran Services for the provision of services to veterans, military service members and their families, ID 11030. Planning Development and Environmental Quality Committee, Resolution E, designation of tourism promotion agency for state, ID 11029. Resolution F, accepting the Tompkins County Resiliency and Recovery Plan, ID 11047. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Greg Mezzi, seconded by Lee Shirtliff. And we will do a roll call.
Travis Brooks has excused himself at this time. So Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grannison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane, Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
We have 13 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. And why don't we plan on taking a 10-minute break and reconvening at 7:52. Thank you all.
There is pie in the back office. You're all welcome.
Come on, pie eaters. It's 4 minutes overtime.
Good job, Deb. You got him back.
Wow, Deb, that was incredible.
It's a gift.
I'm all scared of you. Okay.
Hey, I'll take it.
Okay, we are going to go back in our agenda and start with reports. Maybe. Oh, you know what? Bill Troy is here. He was just finishing up some of Dan Klein's pie.
I gotta call him.
And, or we could start with, is Rick Snyder around?
I am here.
Rick, would you like to go first tonight?
I have no report, but I would like to invite you to next week's Budget, Capital and Personnel Committee meeting where the auditors will be presenting the 2021 audited financial statements. And that's at 3 o'clock on Monday, August 8th. And the whole legislature is invited to attend. This is our committee that looks at the budget before the whole legislature gets to hear the highlights of the 2021 financial report, which I'll be presenting to the legislature on Tuesday, your next meeting on Tuesday, August 16th. So if you'd like to hear the auditors give their report, that's next Monday, August 8th at 3 o'clock at the Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee meeting. And that's all I have for this evening.
Great, Rick. Any questions for Rick Snyder, Finance Director? Mike Lane?
How important the audit really is. And Rick, you always do a nice job for us. And I have to say, anybody who hasn't been there and listened to the audit, it's riveting.
That would be the word I'd use, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's move on to County Attorney Bill Troy.
Nothing new to report. We're managing things as they go, and here we are.
Okay, here we are. Any questions for Bill Troy? Okay, I see none. Thank you. County Administrator Lisa Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few items just to update folks on. First, the County Health Department will be hosting a Moderna booster clinic this Wednesday or next Wednesday, August 10th from 2 to 6. And that's going to be for adults age 18 and over at Lifelong, 119 West Court Street. And people who are interested can register on the Health Department's website or call 211. Last week, County Administration's budget team completed budget meetings with our departments, and we're in the midst of compiling and preparing recommendations to go in preparing the recommended budget for the legislature in early September. And our budget director, Norma Jane, will be providing an overview of the county budget process on August 11th at 3 for any legislator that's interested in attending. I think that will be a really great session. It was discussed previously, but I attended the city's special common council meeting last Wednesday, July 27th, where the Community Justice Center contract was discussed, and we are continuing to work toward finalizing the contract. The application period is closed now for the Deputy County Administrator and Chief Equity Diversity Officer positions in County Administration. And I'll be working with Human Resources on next steps in the interview process. And then the last, and I believe that we had good applicants, a good applicant pool for both of those positions. And then the last item I wanted to mention, and I've mentioned it previously at the Government Operations Committee, is that the County Administration Department, in conjunction with the Department of Planning and Sustainability, are compiling a grant application to engage in a strategic operations plan for the county as an organization to prioritize investments in government operations to more efficiently and effectively serve community needs while ensuring sustainability of operations. So with this grant, we would work to establish a common mission and vision for the organization, establish goals, and identify actions to achieve goals and procedures to track progress. And we would be ensuring a focus on equity and inclusion in the planning process. So I just want to give a shout out to Katie Borgell in the Planning Department for identifying this grant opportunity. And it is among our colleagues in Southern Tier 8 counties will also be eligible to apply for these grant funds for planning. And Bridget Nugent and Megan McDonald and have been working really hard on this grant application, and we will be hoping to hear in a couple of months whether we funds to continue on in that process. So I just wanted to make folks aware that that is in progress. Happy to take any questions.
Great. Any questions from legislators? Okay. I don't see any hands. Thank you, Lisa. Next, let's move to our standing and special committee reports. Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee. Deborah Dawson, Chair.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Rick Snyder and Mike Lane, for giving the preview of our next week's BCP meeting. It will be riveting. Everyone's invited.
Thank you. Any questions for Deborah Dawson, Chair of Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee? Okay, thanks, Deb. Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Henry Granison, Chair.
Yes, we did not have a meeting for our last meeting. We'll be having a meeting in a couple of weeks, which will be talking about living wage. That's all I have to report.
Thank you, Henry. Any questions or comments for Henry? Dan Klein?
Yeah, living wage for county employees or living wage outside of county or?
Living wage for the county employees. Remember a number of years ago that Anna Keller started a working group about living wage. This is the result of that working group to come back to us to discuss it.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Henry? Okay. Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
Veronica has a question.
Yeah, not a question, just that the study was talking about a county-wide living wage or looking at that. So not just for employees of the county, but employees of anyone working within the county.
Okay, thank you. A Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
The Public Safety Committee has not met since our last meeting and will not be meeting until after our next meeting. We'll be holding that on August 18th at 3 o'clock here in Chambers.
Thank you.
I would just note our jail population today is at 38 with 2 board outs. So we're continuing the trend.
Okay. Any questions for Rich John? Or comments? Next is Health and Human Services Committee, Dan Klein, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next meeting is Monday, August 15th at 3 o'clock. As you heard tonight from some of the city common council members that were here, the tides proposal is moving a little bit within the city, and there's also still a private, a separate working group called the tides working group, I guess, that will be coming here to our Health and Human Services Committee meeting to present the latest version of the proposal that's going to the city. And the reason they're coming here is because the current version of the proposal asks the county to cooperate in a number of ways in this project. So we are going to have our second round of discussion about this.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions or comments for Dan Klein? Randy Brown?
Yes. Regarding the homeless study, there's been a lot of discussion about housing people in the wintertime, and that the cost is primarily the federal government, I guess, is who pays for the hotel stays for homeless people. It'd be nice to know what all those numbers are. I mean, it doesn't matter to me really who's paying the bill, but how much is it really costing us to house people? So it'd be helpful to know that number at some point.
You're wondering how much it costs the county or how much the total cost of the program is?
Total cost of what it, because really isn't that the issue? How much is it really costing to house homeless people now? And I look at it, it's $250,000 a month, if I do my math correctly. So there's a big number there already. And if we're going to look at a solution, we need to know what we're currently spending, and maybe there's a way to look at that to offset whatever expense we have in the future. So I could be wrong about that, just thinking about it. So.
I will, I will engage with Kip Kephart, our DSS department head, with that question and see if she is able to start getting some numbers together for that. It's probably a complex answer, but I'm sure she's the one to start with, I think. So
thanks.
You're welcome.
Dan, a few years ago, Kit actually provided a spreadsheet, and it was good for us to see based on 100 people that were sheltering, this is how much we pay. And it did break it down by person. So whenever we're in code blue, the state actually pays for that portion of sheltering. And then in the summertime, it's different. The county provides sheltering. So she might be able to pull up that spreadsheet and plug some numbers in. And St. John's also came and presented on how much we pay them on an annual basis and then per resident. Okay, I have Deb Dawson, Rich John, and Henry Granison.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Randy you make a fair point that we're already paying to house these people, but I do care where the money's coming from. I mean, in the winter, most of it's coming from the state of New York and not from the county. The rest of the time, I assume the county's bearing the freight, but I don't think we're obligated to house as many people because Code Blue's not in effect. And I think a lot of people choose not to be housed if they can be outside. And the other piece is that there's more to the Tides proposal than just housing. There's also the supportive side of that housing and the services. And depending on whether or not the people that you're providing those services to are willing to be clean and sober, you may or may not be getting reimbursement for the services you provide. So it's a much more complicated picture than just how much are we spending now and how much might we be spending later. And I think it matters very much where the money comes from. So thank you.
Rich, John?
Deborah said some of what I was going to say. Randy, I actually paged through our budget, trying to determine the county offices and the funded agencies or agencies that we fund that provide some type of service to the people who are in the unsheltered homeless, like the jungle. And yeah, to say it's complex is I think, an understatement. We are spending a lot of money, but determining actually how much we're giving to an agency that is then used to try to provide services to people out in a tent somewhere versus the other activities that they have going. I couldn't really get any view to that, but trying to get some sense of the actual cost right now, I think you're right, would be a really useful thing if we could do it. Yeah, I think it's an instance where getting a ballpark would be probably the best we could do and would be pretty helpful if we could do that.
Henry Grandison?
I withdrew my hand.
Okay. Anyone else have questions for Dan Klein? Okay, I see none. Let's move on to Facilities and Infrastructure Committee. Mike Lane, Chair.
Thanks. We met on July 21st, and we spent an awful lot of our time with issues having to do with our facilities. Arel Lamaro brought us the Holt Architects report on the space study update that they've been working on. We heard that, but we really didn't have a chance to spend a lot of time discussing that at the committee level, rather. We will be talking about that more at future meetings. That was sent out to everyone, that report. Also, we had a report on the Green Facilities Project. And that was with Johnson Controls, and they were there to speak to us as well. That has been sent out also. And then we heard a little bit about the public safety renovation project, and good news that after working through that, the facilities department is not going to require additional capital funding for that project. There's enough in the planned budget for that. There was a question raised by legislator Randy Brown about the Human Services Facility, and we heard about that and some of the things that are being done there to clean up and make that a safer environment. We heard, for example, that our staff often has to go out and clean up syringes that have been thrown over the fence onto our property down there. That's not a nice thing that our staff has to do. So there's been some new fencing put up, for example, that's going to try to help that, and taking a look at the cameras on our building as well. The There was quite a bit of discussion about the building, the dental building on Tioga Street. And there was a resolution, and I'm going to turn that over to Randy and ask if he'll move it.
Yes, I'd like to move resolution G, which is the appropriation from contingent fund, deconstructed property located at 1412, 1419 North Tioga Street, City of Ithaca.
Thank you, Randy. Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Deborah Dawson. And discussion, Dan Klein.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to table this resolution until October 6th, 2022, to be taken off the table at that regularly scheduled legislature meeting. And if someone will second it, I will explain a little of my thinking behind this.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Are you asking to table it or to
Postpone.
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 Postpone? Okay. Can I have a seconder to postpone? Okay, seconded by Mike Sigler. And open for discussion on Dan's postponement, proposed postponement.
Well, doesn't he need to explain why?
Let Dan
Yeah.
speak
Thank
first.
Thanks. So a couple of things have been in my mind as I think about this issue, as we discuss this issue. And I'm not saying these are like perfect analogies or it all adds up to one thing, but I just do want to share them. So one thought is, I remember a discussion, I think at a committee meeting, F&I committee meeting, maybe 3 years ago about this building. And the topic was brought up like that we have an empty building sitting there. We have a lot of needs in the community. And, you know, is there anything we could think of, any way to use this building? And there were no ideas, including from me. And then it wasn't too many months after that COVID hit, and it wasn't too many months after that we started using it as a COVID testing facility. And we used it, I believe, over a year. So it served a very important community use. I've been thinking about the old library and how I know that there were people who voted to sell that property who later regretted that vote. And you know, once it's gone, and it might have changed the whole conversation that we're having right now about a future center of government. I thought a little bit about a building that, a facility that we're renting for the Board of Elections equipment storage. And we pay $44,000 a year for just to store those machines a couple of miles away. Takes up about 3,000 square feet. The dental building's about 11,000 square feet. Now, I'm not saying that's the, you know, a great idea, that because maybe that dental building isn't going to be around for too long, but I'm just trying to be creative in how we're thinking. And that's why I was hoping to delay this process a little longer. I feel like we've talked about it, and people that pay attention to these meetings and these agendas probably know about this topic, but I don't think most people in the public know that we are right on the verge of tearing that building down. And so what I would like to have happen, what I would like to see happen in the time that I'm proposing, the 2 months or so that we would put this on pause, is that we would do some kind of publicity, a press release, and call it an informal request for expressions of interest. And what we'd be doing is we'd be describing the situation as it is, where the building is, how much square footage it is, the physical condition that it's in, and the kinds of improvements it would need just to be usable in the short term. The idea that, you know, we're not asking for long-term ideas here because the building might not be around for too long, but yet it exists now. And so my idea is that we would just put out a little bit of publicity about it and see if there are ideas out there of ways that people might have to use that building in a way that would benefit the community. And we could take those ideas and we could look at them and evaluate them. And if there's any ideas worth fleshing out, then we could go with it. If there's not, then I would be happy in 2 months' time to vote yes on deconstruction. I just was hoping a little more time, a little more thought, a little more community involvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions or comments or discussion for Dan's? I see Amanda, Ann Corman, and Mike Lane.
Thanks. I just partly wanted to clarify, you said October meeting and
Yes, October 6th, so it's 2 months.
okay. So, thank you for your thoughts, and I definitely appreciate people, wanting to think creatively about it. I won't support that postponement. I feel like, the committee, we had some conversations with our staff, and the cost of just basic renovations for any usage, I guess maybe except for storage, I don't know. It was just seemed like way too much in my mind. That would really be worth it for us. My other thought, which is less clear, I mean, I'm very not super clear tonight, just so you all know I have COVID at the moment. But my other thought is that this is like one of the first decisions that we're trying to make about this process and that property and the other properties and what we're going to do with the various things and how we're going to move forward. And in my mind, this was like the simplest thing. Like, let's just get this one thing done and then we can move on to the next step. And postponing it feels a little bit like, oh boy, we're never going to get anywhere. So that's just my personal feeling. I won't support postponing it.
Thank you, Amanda. Ann Corman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a building inspector, I've inspected not just residential, but commercial properties, much bigger and more complicated than that building. And although I am not acting as an inspector, we did get a tour, a couple of tours. I've been in that building at least 2, maybe 3 times. The condition that it's in now, the roof, not just the roof needs to be replaced, the roof framing is rusting through. If this was, so think about a bridge, a bridge at this point, the whole system needs to be replaced. I doubt it would make it through the winter, and then we'd have a collapsed roof. So what we would need to put into there to keep it over the winter is, I think would be probably $500,000 to $800,000. And we cannot, as far as the information that we have right now is it's not suitable for any other use right now because of the condition that it's in. And we don't, and again, with the information we have now, we don't need it as a transitional space if we should be building a center of government. I think we, as Amanda was, I think, alluding to, like we, or stating, we have been talking about this for at least 3 years. This is our first step in a process. And just like it's taken us quite a while to do the community recovery fund, and we're at the precipice of doing, getting that on the ground and getting money out into the community. We're finally at a stage of tons and tons of meetings, and talking. I think it's definitely time to do this. If we're not losing that land. This is different than the library. We're not selling the land. We still are going to have that land. That building it just needs to come down, and waiting a couple of more months, we might have trouble getting that taken apart because we want to have as many pieces of that and components reused. So we need a team to go in there to salvage what they can salvage, and then we need it demolished. So I am opposed to postponing the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. I have Mike Lane, Greg Mezzi, Deborah Dawson, and Lee Shirtliff.
I voted against this resolution in committee, and that's why I asked Randy to move it. Thank you, Randy. My feeling is that we don't need to knock this building down right away. We can mothball it for a while. Dan has given a suggestion here of let's see if we can wait a couple of months. That's an improvement. Once it's gone, it's gone. And I'm not suggesting it, but the old library we kept for 11 years after it was, and we used it for several different purposes. And I still wish we had the land over there. That was one of the biggest mistakes this legislature has made, in my view. So I will certainly support Dan's amendment. Motion, rather.
Thank you, Mike. Greg Mezzi.
Yeah, I definitely would support the deconstruction of this property. I don't think it makes sense to keep mothballs in the closet. If you're not using it, you should shed that stuff rather than, store it for a rainy day, especially a building that's in such disrepair. I had the opportunity to talk earlier with Dan as I sort of thought about this. I kind of like the idea of giving the public the opportunity to see what needs exist, right? We don't often reach out and look for creative solutions. We don't often have opportunities other than the 3 minutes that we grant at the beginning of each meeting to get real substantive information. So I am kind of curious what the community could see a need for this for. I like the fact that there's a time horizon if this was tabled, right, which is indefinite, rather than postponed to a set period of time. I don't think it hurts anything to make the decision in October. I'm curious to hear what feedback we get. Ultimately, unless convinced otherwise, I do think deconstruction is the best thing for this facility. I think a vacant lot for the county is more valuable in the long run than a dilapidated building that has carrying costs and reconstruction costs and et cetera, et cetera. So I don't see it being a huge delay. I don't think it's a no to deconstruction. I think it's let's see what community has to hear. And if somebody feels strongly that they haven't had the community voice in the process, I think we should support that. So that's kind of where I land on this. But if the motion it does not pass, I will support the deconstruction.
Thank you, Greg. Deborah Dawson, Lee Shirtliff. Oh, sorry, Deb.
No, thank you, Shanna. I didn't realize you were going to go through the roster. Yeah, I just don't see what's magical about 2 months. And I fear that if we end up deconstructing it, in any event, delaying it for 2 months may mean that we don't get to deconstruct it until next spring. And then there's the roof problem. And as for taking public comment on what to do with a building that would cost us $1 million to make usable for a temporary period of time, given the expenses we're facing in capital projects going forward. I see that it's so difficult to get the public to express interest or opinions about our budget every year, or about our redistricting, or about things that really impact them much more directly and are much more important. And there's just this level of community disinterest. I can't imagine that, except for a couple of people, one of whom has already expressed his opinion to us at length. I just can't imagine that we're going to get a lot of really enthused, engaged suggestions. And I fear too that 2 months will come and go. And then somebody else will say, oh, well, let's hold off another 2 months. Let's just get this sucker torn down, because I toured it and it's a mess.
Thank you, Deb. Lee Shirtliff.
Just a question, not to put you on the spot, Rich, your district, is there any sense, do you have a feeling on it, or a neighborhood feeling, or where your constituents may be before we vote on something that impacts in your district?
I have not gotten comment from the neighborhood. I was going to vote in favor of the amendment for that reason, just to see, I think we've been pretty open and I think the issue has been out there, but I would certainly feel a little better if there was just one more chance for people to comment if they had strong feelings on it. As Greg indicated, I will support deconstruction as well. I did do the tour of the building. I saw it. You know, I understand the cost to bring it back and to use it as a county building. There may be ways to do it at a lower cost by a third party. So I don't mind waiting the 2 months. Thanks.
Okay, Randy Brown.
Thank you, Dan, for that. $44,000 is a lot of money per year for storage. We've been talking about this in the committee for at least 4 months, maybe 5 months. And Ariel was there and we talked about any option we could come up with for using that facility. He doesn't recommend anything and he does recommend to deconstruct it. My biggest issue with that building is liability. And the roof is weak. You could fall through it. We know that. So if somebody does fall through, and we know how liability goes, lawsuits can be very expensive. And people do try to break into places and that has happened, I believe, there at one time. But as far as how long it takes to deconstruct it, Ariel told us 3 weeks. Is that correct, Mike? Roughly that it would take 3 weeks to deconstruct that?
For the deconstructors to be in there, you mean?
Right. I mean, it would
I
take
think
3
that's
weeks to
about
have
what
the
he said,
job
yeah.
done. Right. So it could be potentially be done before winter, which would be my biggest concern. So I'm not really opposed, I guess, to waiting a little bit as long as we know that we can still get the job done before winter. So that was it.
Thank you, Randy. Mike Sigler and then Veronica.
Mine's a question I probably should know the answer to. What will it look like once it's deconstructed? I mean, there's a basement in that building and everything. I mean, do you fill it with dirt? Do you?
They're going to fill it in.
Well,
Mike.
The deconstruction is taking out the good stuff.
Right.
Fixtures, things that can be sold again for things that can be reused. After that deconstruction process goes through, you still got the main building there that's got to be demolished.
Okay.
If they'll have to fill in if there's a basement.
But that's not part of is that part of this cost or is that's soup to nuts, this whole thing? Okay. Cool.
Veronica. Oh. Is Veronica?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Dan, for bringing this up, and thanks everyone for the discussion. This is helping me think about it. I think I basically agree with Rich that I'd like to have another opportunity for public input. I know I hear, Deborah, that people don't come and talk much at our public hearings. But I guess this isn't like a motion or anything, but like my district is not, the building's not in it, but it's right next to it. And I think, if Rich, we could properly communicate the state of the building and then get some feedback from folks, people might have things to say. And at least, even if they don't, then a couple months from now, when correct me if I'm wrong, it's sounding like the deconstruction could still maybe happen this year, like before this winter, at least folks would have been asked instead of going what is the county doing? How could they blah, blah, blah. So I am in favor of this motion, but if it fails, I would also support deconstructing based on all the recommendations folks had said before.
Thank you. I am going to pipe in, and then there are a few people that want to go around a second shot. I would remind everyone that it is 8:30 right now. We don't want to be debating this for the rest of the evening. We really don't. We have some other resolutions that I'm sure could be contentious as well. So with that said, I'll make my comment short. I agree with Randy. There's serious liability here. And we've already seen a building in our past have a roof that was unattended to cave in. And thank goodness there were not employees in that building, but it could have been very serious. I mean, typically, whenever there's a problem in our community or one of our buildings, we hear about it. And we have heard actually from some of the neighbors in that area very early on about how the county is not being a good neighbor and how we're not taking care of our buildings. And I mean, you walk past that building and it looks condemned. And it's just a matter of time before, if someone's not squatting in it now, before we get squatters, especially as the weather goes down and it starts to get colder outside. So I have those concerns. I also have concerns about the time frame. We're talking about early October. You can't just call a vendor tomorrow and assume that they're going to come to work and be able to do a project next week. That's not how things are working. A lot of these construction crews are scheduling 3 months, 6 months out. So I don't want to delay that. Again, I think it's we're being a bad neighbor by not taking care of our properties right now. And I'm concerned about the liability. So I will not be supporting the motion. We have Ann, Randy, and Dan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. You just said a few of the things that I was going to say regarding you can't, even though it could take 3 weeks for deconstruction, we don't have a plethora of companies or organizations that are going to be chomping at the bit with employees and the time to do it immediately. That's not going to happen. And so we might miss an opportunity. The longer we wait, we might miss that opportunity to deconstruct and salvage as much as we can. And what I believe what happened with the library was the roof caved in, and then they were not able to do deconstruction because it was contaminated with the asbestos from the roof. So then it was a complete demolition. And so that could happen here. One thing that I would ask, I don't know if this is, if say this amendment passed, if we have a public hearing, can we vote on something right that night if we have a public hearing? Why do we have to wait a whole nother month?
If we have a public hearing on this, would we need to wait another month? Would we actually have a public hearing?
I thought that was what Dan was at, or Dan was asking for input from the community, I guess, right?
Right, a request for expressions of interest. Not a public hearing.
Okay, so again, why couldn't that be done? And could that be shortened up, Dan, to 1 month versus 2? And then we ask for that, and then we, through our PR, and then we vote on it next month.
I mean, that feels like a pretty quick timeline to me, but that's just my thought.
Okay, let's see here. Next we have Randy and then Dan. Sorry, thank you. Dan Klein.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I don't think I explained part of my thinking a little before, not that this is convincing anyone. I just wanted to be clear what I was trying to say. When I say public input, I don't mean, somebody comes along and says, I think we need more, emergency housing in the county. I wish we could use that building. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm thinking about organizations, not-for-profits, businesses, other governmental agencies that might find useful a 2-year, a 1 year, a 3-year building while they are doing construction and they need to vacate their current premises, or they're starting a program that they know is only going to last 2 years and they need some temporary split space. Just like the Community Justice Center was formed as a 2-year program, that might have been a good location for it. That's the kind of thing that I'm looking for. There are needs out there that we probably don't even know about from organizations, businesses, other governmental agencies that can potentially use a facility like that. And that's who I would be hoping to hear from. An actual proposal that says, we would use it for this, we could pay this much towards the construction, the renovation costs or the roof costs or whatever. Thanks.
You know what? I'm actually going to ask Lisa Holmes if she could pipe in here, because whenever we were looking for a place for the CJC, that was actually, we had the discussion about whether to use either of those buildings.
Yeah, they toured that building among others and found it not inhabitable for staff. That was why it wasn't chosen. And I think that the cost involved in getting it up to code for staff for county purposes was prohibitive. And that's the cost that's identified in the resolution. So I think that's also one thing that I would want to consider if we're opening it up to the community for input. And if it was a program or a use that someone came up with that needed it, would the county as the landlord still need to bring it up to code standards for county government versus for community use? And I would want to check that out. I think that we would be obliged to still need to bring it up to code standards for county government prior to bringing it out.
We'd be changing the use, the current use.
Okay, any other comments? Can we vote on Dan's motion? Greg Mezzi, I saw your hand go up.
Oh, sorry, Annie just said something that sort of struck a chord, that it would be a change of use. And I think that would probably, again, I'm looking to support Dan in this process. I think it's a worthy endeavor that we go through to listen to what the public has, but that change of use is something that I think would really complicate things. And Dan, I don't know if you thought of that or that process, prior to this, but I do think that would really complicate things and almost makes that 2-month window challenging. But that, hearing Annie say that definitely just sort of struck a chord with me, but I don't think it hurts to have a little bit more time.
Thank you. Okay, let's vote on Dan's motion, and that is going to be to postpone the conversation at least until October 6th of 2022. And we're going to do a roll call vote.
Randy Brown,
No.
Amanda Champion,
No.
Deborah Dawson,
No.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
No.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
No.
we have 8 ayes, 5 noes. Motion passes.
Okay, so that is going to be postponed to a later meeting. That's one way to end debate and move on. Thank you, Dan Klein.
Thank you, everybody.
Mike Lane, would you like to?
I would just end my report by saying, stay tuned to next month because we're going to be talking about the Red House.
Oh, great. Okay, you're always a bearer of great news, Mike.
What can I say?
And Mike, when is the meeting again?
Next month? It'll be the Thursday after our meeting. I don't know, what's the date?
I think it's August 18th.
August 18th, 9 o'clock.
And just a reminder for those of you that have districts that might be concerned, make sure to let your constituents know because they can speak now or forever hold their peace. Mike Sigler.
That was for Mike. The Sears Street property, where are they with that?
I have no idea. I haven't heard a word. Maybe Lisa has.
Sure. Yeah. So we're in the process of having INHS is in the process of acquiring going through all of the steps to acquire so that we can sell the property to them. And we're in the process of having the property surveyed so that we can provide the exact dimensions of the lot that we will be selling off to them, and we're in the midst of that with the attorneys.
Any questions, Greg Muzzy?
Not for that, but for Mike.
Okay.
Has there, again, I know that some of us are new to the conversation around center of government, and that's happened in previous sessions of the legislature, but has there ever been any consideration to something like what Cuba Medical is doing up at the mall, or, some adaptive reuse in the spirit of deconstruction, as opposed to concentrating it in downtown Ithaca, some other space, or what conversations have happened or will be happening so that it's not necessarily just these two downtown buildings and the train's going to keep moving?
Well, I would say over many years of space studies, we've always tried to combine the local downtown campus. The exception for that really was the health department, when that building was, as you say, an adaptive reuse, and the legislature, I wasn't part of the legislature at that time, but they decided to go with that building because it provided what was needed. And they renovated it for the health department. But for center of government, other than the idea of the possibility of using the old library site, which probably would have made a lot of sense, we haven't really looked at any other buildings other than locally. When I mean locally, I mean by our campus here.
Yeah, I think what has also happened is that we now have $3.5 million worth of property. And we've had plans from Holtz, and we've, invested a lot of time, quite a bit of money. And it's not to say that we're pigeonholed into, a decision. And certainly no one is very eager to spend the type of money that we're looking for a center of government or a county government building. But at this point, it seems like we're kind of in a holding pattern anyway because of construction costs and that type of thing. So I'm not sure that would be a conversation that we'd want to open up at this time, but it is up to Mike Lane, who is facilities
Not up to me. I keep getting
and
outvoted.
infrastructure chair, about where you guys would want to go.
I just think it would be worth with construction costs, right? New construction in a city which has limited access, construction staging, all those considerations which increase cost. Is there opportunity to look for places that have large parking lots already, that have easily accessible off a main artery in and out of town? I just think you could maybe build something for a lot less if you already have the bones in existence. So I do think it's worth considering with all of the economic factors that have probably since evolved, since the original discussion had been had. But again, that's up to the leadership and Mike to open that conversation.
Mike?
Well, I just want to say that I think the conversation you're really talking about, Greg, is we used to refer to as putting a new building out in a cornfield somewhere. And
Lansing a cornfield.
Well, it depends on what part of Lansing you're in. But when we had the campus up on the west side of the lake, we had Biggs A and Biggs B. There was a huge discussion at that time about where to build the human services building. And the decision was made, I supported it, that it should be in the city. So that's one reason I think the city ought to be appreciative of the fact that we have it on State Street and help us with these issues that have come up recently. But we could have built up there. We tore down Biggs. We finally sold, and eventually the hospital bought and demolished Biggs A or B. I forgot which it was. the big one, the old hospital site. But I can't think since that time where we've ever really considered building out in the rural areas. Ithaca is our county seat. And statutorily and we don't have to be in downtown Ithaca. Certainly, when we talked about the library, there was discussions about, is it still the right place for it? I think it was. But yeah, you could put it in Lansing. We could move our library out to Lansing. I'm sure there's a developer who would give us a whole bunch of money for the library site there, so they could put up an ugly multi-story building like we've seen happen down in Ithaca so many times. But I think it makes sense to stay with our campus down here. And when we have these opportunities, which we've been looking at 15 to 20 years of buying these 3 properties, finally, the stars finally aligned and we were able to get them.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, looking forward, Government Operations Committee, Amanda Champion Chair.
Thank you. Let's see, we are meeting on Thursday at noon. We have a relatively small agenda, some updates from assessment and administration. We are going to be talking about the reporting structure of our finance director and workforce New York director. So if you're interested in those topics, definitely stop by. We're also going to be talking a little bit about parking again, because we love talking about parking. So I have a resolution that we had a very nice long conversation about at our last meeting. So I urge my colleagues to not have a very long conversation tonight. And I guess before I move it, I'll just say what I think is going to happen, and Kathy and Bill can correct me if I'm wrong. So this is the resolution regarding our setting a public hearing about our possible redistricting plan. This is just setting the public hearing. And what I think we can do is set this public, well, if folks want to, we can set this public hearing, which will happen either at the next meeting, I guess, or the one after. Kathy can clarify. And then Mike Lane has his follow-up resolution, which we debated last time, also regarding the redistricting, and we can also pass that one if the legislature chooses to. His proposal would send the whole thing back to the redistricting commission. So if both were to pass, we would still have a public hearing on the original proposal, but then that proposal would go back to the redistricting commission, and then there would be no further action until we heard back from the redistricting commission. And they could come back to us with the same proposal. They could come back to us with something entirely different. And if it was a different thing, we would have to have another public hearing. So I hope I got that right. I hope it's somewhat clear, but I think that we can do both, or one or the other, whatever, people choose. So with that, I'll go ahead and move authorizing a public hearing on local law number blank of 2022, local law amending chapter 28 of the Tompkins County Charter and Code election districts, ID 11014.
Mike, did you want to move or comment?
No, I'm going to second it. I'm okay with it the way Amanda described it.
Thank you. Okay, Amanda moves, Mike Lane seconds, and discussion. Okay, I don't see any hands. Let's, Kathy?
We do need to establish a date for the public hearing. Do you want to have it at the next legislature meeting or the first meeting in September?
I mean, doesn't matter to me. I guess whatever is easiest for you, Kathy, and the clerks, maybe.
We can schedule it for the next legislature meeting.
Okay.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Travis Brooks has returned, so Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
We have 14 ayes, 0 nos.
Thank you. Amanda, did you want to give any more of a report?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope you feel better soon. Planning, Development, and Environmental Quality Committee, Ann Corman, Chair.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So we met last on July 25th, and most of the stuff was talked about earlier regarding the resiliency and recovery plan. So again, I want to thank our department for our planning department and Tech for working on that, and look forward to the work to come that we still have to do. We had sustainability marketing update, and we had the tourism program budget update, and as well as the tourism program itself, an update on that. And so some of the things I want to follow up. I don't know if we've heard back. So anyway, I want to follow up on a couple of the issues because there's been some changes in, for instance, how the county is getting reimbursed for a portion of for its administrative costs. So that's at least one thing I want to look into, and I know at least one other legislator wanted some information on that. So we'll get back to you on that. Our next meeting is August 22nd on a Monday at 1:30.
Okay, any questions for Ann Corman? Okay, thank you, Ann. Next is the Community Recovery Fund Advisory Committee, Dan Klein, Chair.
Thank you. I have a little report to give, and I'll send a copy to the clerks for the minutes. The committee met yesterday, August 1st. The bulk of the meeting consisted of our consultants, the MRB group, walking us through the draft program guidelines. We made lots of comments, and MRB will come back to us at the next meeting with an updated packet of guidelines. If the committee approves the guidelines at that time, then the grant program will be launched. We would expect the application period to be in September and October, and that the grants would be awarded around the first of the new year. I'm going to state some of the basics of the program as a reminder to legislators and as a preview to the public who hasn't heard any of these details yet. The legislature established the idea last year to distribute to the community some of the federal stimulus money we received. The money came from ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, and so we must follow the rules and reporting procedures of that piece of legislation. The total we set aside is approximately $6.5 million. The goals of the program include addressing the impacts of COVID-19, responding to diversity, equity, and inclusion needs, supporting local not-for-profits and small businesses, and addressing critical needs in local services such as childcare, job training, housing, and broadband internet. The minimum grant will be $10,000. Matching funds are not required, but might strengthen an application. We welcome the organizations that are already watching this process and that are good at getting grants. But we also want to invite in the organizations and small businesses who do not normally compete in the world of grants. We will be doing a lot of outreach for that purpose. We will keep the application and reporting process as easy as possible. This program has taken a long time to roll out. It turns out that it's a lot harder to give away money than you might think. This sounds like a joke, but it's actually true. It is more important that we get this right than that we do it quickly, and I believe that we are getting this right. The committee will meet on the first Monday of the month, of each month at 10:30 for the next 6 months or so. The first Monday of September is Labor Day, so we are going to attempt to schedule a second committee meeting this month in August. At that meeting, we intend to approve the final guidelines, at which time the program will launch. So that's my report. If there's anybody else that was in the meeting that wants to add anything or any questions, be happy to take them.
Any questions for Dan? I don't see any hands. Thank you, Dan.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, now we have two individual member filed resolutions. And let's see here. I would like to ask Legislator Deborah Dawson to bring forth the resolution I, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd like to move Resolution I, resolution supporting state and local initiatives to protect and preserve women's rights to reproductive health and bodily autonomy, including access to abortion services. And that's ID 11059, and I so move.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Amanda Champion. And Deborah, would you like to speak to this resolution?
Well, I don't know that this resolution needs a lot of introduction or explanation, given the extensive conversation that we had at our last legislature meeting about our reactions to the Supreme Court decision in Dobbs. But if people have questions or concerns about this particular resolution, I'd be glad to try to answer them.
Thank you, Deb. Randy Brown.
I just have one question. Is the overturning of Roe versus Wade impact New York State? Does it limit the abortion services that are currently available in New York State at all?
No, it doesn't, Randy. But there are a couple of concerns about the future of certain individual rights, including reproductive rights. I mean, first of all, the impact of Dobbs is that it removes any federal protection, any federal constitutional protection for abortion, and leaves it up to the states. Now, if the political situation in New York State were to change, and in 10 years, we had a predominantly conservative state legislature and a conservative governor, they could change the law and restrict or ban abortion, which is why this resolution applauds and supports the state legislature's efforts to start the process of amending the state constitution to include a protection for abortion. So that's one issue.
Thank you.
I would just like to thank Deborah Dawson. She put hours and hours and hours of research and work into writing this resolution, and reached out to our state representatives to find out what was going on the state level. And I really appreciate the time you put into this, Deb.
It was a labor of love.
Yes, thank you. Lee Shirtliff.
Just a question for clarification, Deborah. Last whereas every individual's right to personal reproductive autonomy is central to their human dignity. Is that without limitation or restriction? Is that your intention?
Well, no, I'm not supporting third trimester abortion or anything like that. I actually took that language from Proposal 5, which is on the Vermont state ballot this November. That was the wording of Vermont's. Hang on, let me find the resolution, because I think there's qualifying language there. Oh, well, it isn't in there. And I apologize for that. In the Vermont proposal, it says that those rights are subject to compelling state interest enforced by the least restrictive means. But no, I mean, I think the ship has sailed on really extreme, you can have an abortion on demand anytime you want to. But on the other hand, you shouldn't be forced to risk your life, for example, to bring a pregnancy to term. You shouldn't be forced to take a pregnancy to term when the fetus has died. You shouldn't be, afraid to miscarry on pain of being prosecuted for murder or violating an abortion ban. I mean, I'm not being unreasonable here.
No, I agree with many points throughout this, not all of them, clearly. And then the second question has to do with New York State Assembly and Senate Bill S510002.
Right.
Section state constitution. And the only thing I'd point out is that that article as submitted is much more expansive than the issue at hand tonight, it appears to me. It
Well, yes, but there's a reason for that.
broadens the Constitution quite a bit. Not that they're bad with that, but
And the reason for that is explained in the resolution, which is that the Justice Alito's majority opinion basically said there is no such thing as substantive due process in the federal Constitution. And unless there's a long history of it being a right that's honored in our history and tradition, and I can't remember what the other language is, but basically he severely limited substantive due process, which was the basis under which Roe v. Wade was decided. Justice Thomas's concurring opinion took that and ran with it and basically said, well, what this means is that any decision that was based on substantive due process is now prima facie erroneous, and we have an obligation to go forward and correct the error. And that extends to decisions that provided access to contraceptives without government restrictions. That includes the decision protecting the right to gay marriage. That extends, frankly, to the decision protecting the right to interracial marriage. So there is a broad spectrum of rights that have up to now been constitutionally protected based on the concept of substantive due process, which are now up for grabs. And those are the additional rights and protections that the current state Senate bill, which would start a constitutional amendment process, is designed to address.
we could find ourselves discussing a lot of issues here in the next few years.
Well, I'm hoping that we won't have to. I'm hoping that we, at least the 14 of us, can agree that, individuals have certain basic rights to self-determination that includes, access to reproductive health and the right to marry the people that you want to marry, and the right to use contraceptives so as to totally avoid the whole question of abortion.
Mike Sigler?
I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. I see no other hands. Let's go ahead and do a roll call.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
No.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
No.
Mike Sigler,
No.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
We have 11 ayes, 3 noes.
Thank you. Now on to our next individual member filed resolution. And I will ask Legislator Pillar to bring that forward.
Sorry, tech issues. Yes, I'd like to move resolution 11062, resolution urging the National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, to recognize the closure of the College Avenue Starbucks as an illegal anti-union tactic. I so move.
Can I have a second for that, please? Seconded by Randy Brown.
Yeah, if I can speak to this. So we already went through a lot of this discussion a month ago or a couple meetings ago. So I don't want to rehash the entire thing. But for anyone just tuning in, you may be aware that nationwide, many Starbucks baristas, employees, partners, as Starbucks calls them, have been unionizing in their individual stores, including in the sole corporate-owned Starbucks in Tompkins County, of which there are 3, all in the city of Ithaca. All 3 stores voted to unionize in April, and prior to and since then, there's been a whole bunch of pushback and aggressive and often illegal, based on my understanding, tactics of that Starbucks management has been using to try to pressure the unions out of existing and jeopardizing the livelihoods and jobs of the partners. And this not culminating, but one big thing that happened was the extremely busy College Avenue store, which was also the sort of most active union organizing site, including a strike one day after a safety issue. Starbucks decided to close that in what I think is clearly what those closer involved think is clearly a union busting tactic. So this resolution uses softer language than last time, and you may notice it's targeted at the National Labor Relations Board. So the reason I'm bringing it forward is I really think that it's incumbent upon us as leaders in the county and standing up for the values we've affirmed, including respect and integrity and accountability, all applicable here, to make a statement saying that we support our residents who work here and who are struggling for basic rights. And it's not okay for a corporation to come in and walk all over them. And we're going to make a statement through, since we have government channels to intervene in labor disputes, as a government entity closer to this particular issue, we're going to call upon that existing channel, the National Labor Relations Board, to push back and take this really seriously. On that note, I was also going to, I don't know the process, move to amend the language a bit, but I wonder if, Amanda, that's what you were going to do? Okay, I'll let you do it.
Okay, Amanda, would you like to bring forth an amendment?
Yeah, but I also wanted to thank Veronica for rethinking this and talking to me and I guess some other folks, again, to kind of work through how to make this a little bit more workable. So I just had 2 little changes on the second to last resolved, which is packet page 51. It says resolved further that the Tompkins County Legislature urges the National Labor Relations Board to, and then in the next line, instead of the word recognize, I would use the word investigate. And then in the last bullet point there, I would also say investigate the College Avenue store closure not demand that Starbucks rescind. So two little substitutions, and I would move that amendment.
Those friendly to the mover and seconder? Yes from Randy and yes from Veronica.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on this resolution?
Could you repeat those changes, please?
Packet page 51, second to last resolved. Line 15, change the word recognize to investigate. In line 20, the bullet would read, investigate the College Avenue store closure.
Wouldn't we also have to change the title of the resolution? Just to replace recognize to investigate in the title as well?
Would you like to do that, Veronica?
Sure, yeah, can that just be included in the amendment? I'd find that friendly as well.
Yes, sure.
And Randy, is that all right with you? Randy says okay too. Okay, those changes are made. And discussion?
One more.
Oh.
Just clarification. Line 20, change demand to what?
The bullet would read, investigate the College Avenue store closure. We would be striking the words demand that Starbucks rescind its.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mike Sigler?
Last time we talked about this, I mentioned I didn't really want to weigh into basically union disputes with private companies. I still am for that. I was shocked, but I did do some research on things that I thought really were kind of in our wheelhouse. First off, I didn't realize Starbucks is huge. They got 15,444 stores in America. That's incredible. 30,000 around the world, but so 200 out of 15,000. I applaud them. I mean, if people think they're being treated unfairly, I think that they should definitely come forward. In this case, it seemed like one of the main complaints was that the workplace was unsafe. That's what I heard, right? That the grease trap created an unsafe work environment. And that concerns me because that's what we are, right? We're the government. We have a health department that goes and inspects restaurants and makes sure there's not rats and there's not this and that. And so I called our health department and interested to find out the fire department actually inspects grease traps. So put a pin in it over there. The last inspection on this store by our health department was in January. They were studied for a cooler that was not maintaining temperature, but no other issue. And they have not received any complaints about this restaurant. So I found that interesting because it relates back to there were complaints about this restaurant by workers there. And then I had, the fire department, nobody was there. They come back on Thursday. So I don't know what to tell you there. I did FOIA the information because the person who did pick up the phone said, yeah, you're going to have to FOIA that. So I don't know, county legislator, I'm FOIA and stuff from the city. I'll let you know how that goes when I get that back to see. Because to me, if you're telling me that this grease trap has created such a big issue that workers are saying we need to unionize to force the company to act, yeah, that's a problem. Like that's a workplace problem. So anyway, that's where I am. I'm going to take care of hopefully the things that I can take care of. And that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, just a time check. It is 9:16 and we've debated this in the past for probably 2 hours. And so I just want to have that as a reminder. Mike Lane.
Yeah, and I don't want to debate it again at all, except to say that for the same reasons that I didn't want to see it go forward for in the discussion, I can't support it. I don't have enough information here.
Thank you. Okay, Ann Corman and Veronica.
Madam Chair, I wanted to thank Veronica for reformatting this and getting more input from other legislators, how we could bring this forward to show us support for our workers in the community. And Veronica might be speaking more to this, but it wasn't the grease trap issue was as far as what I heard from some workers was just one of many things that was like the last of many, many issues. And they use, workers told me that Starbucks used that as an opportunity to close the store down, but I'll let Veronica speak more to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Veronica, if you could wrap this up for us, I think we're ready to vote on it.
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly clarify the timeline. There have been plenty of issues leading to unionizing. This was all prior to the grease trap overflowing. The grease trap overflowing happened on a specific day. It created an unsafe environment on that day. Starbucks manager says you have to keep the store open anyway. The folks working there said, we're not willing to do this for our safety and that of the customers. They went on strike. In response to the strike, some hours later, Starbucks management sent folks to clean the grease trap. It's like a hazardous waste thing. So they like hired someone outside and then the grease trap was cleaned. And so that particular issue was resolved. But since then there have been, just speaking to the organizing thing, many unfair labor practice charges filed against Starbucks at all of the Ithaca stores. So the issue is bigger than that.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? I don't see any hands. Let's do a roll call vote.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
No.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
No.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
No.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
10 ayes, 4 noes.
That passes. Thank you, Veronica. And next we have the minutes of our previous meeting, July 19th, 2022. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Travis Brooks. If I could have a seconder, please. Seconded by Greg Mezzi. Any discussion? I see no one. Let's do a roll call vote.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. And we do have some unfinished business and we're going to need a motion to lift this in a second and we'll need to vote. Mike Lane?
I'll move it.
Okay. And a seconder, seconded by Randy Brown. And go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, basically what Amanda said before, we can still have our public hearing on what was sent to us. This is simply asking the commission to look at a couple issues. And I'm very much open to having this also include as an amendment, things like what Travis mentioned. We could add that into this and ask them to also take a look at that issue with his district and the other districts that people have questions about.
So you know what, everyone, we have to vote to bring it back. So if we could do a roll call vote, sorry about that.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
No.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
No.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
12 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay. Mike, did you want to say anything more to the resolution you're bringing back?
Do we need to move it again? Okay. No, it's simply what we talked about last time. It's just simply asking them to relook at the issue of odd number of legislators, and also whether we could have a fewer rather than more legislators.
Any other discussion? Randy Brown?
Yes, I did attend one of the meetings for redistricting, and very few of them really affect my district at this point, other than changing the number. But I did look at versions 15, and there's 3 of them that were acceptable to me. But I also looked at the numbers, and we, in the 4 years of 10 years that we've from 2010 to 2020, we've increased population by 4,000 people. And so currently, the current average is about 1,700 people, and 16 would drop it to 6,609. But more importantly, I don't see the value of adding legislators. I mean, we only have 2 meetings a month. We don't want to create any more committees. So what would these people do? Why would you bring them here? Are there people not being represented now? I think they are. So I just don't see the value in it. So that's it.
Thank you, Randy. Amanda Champion?
Yeah, I just want to urge my colleagues who do have concerns with the current, proposal that the commission brought, to add them into this resolution right now, because the commission needs to know specifically what you want them to relook at. So they're not going to know. So I think you may want to sort of come up with some quick language to throw it in there. Otherwise, they're just focusing on the things that Mike has put in. So.
Thank you, Amanda. Anyone else have discussion topics?
So I'm not sure how to do that. So y'all have to help me out. But my issue is that we, in the proposal, if you look at the map, there are low-income families that are in a lot of housing on the north side that are skipped over, that are adjacent to the district, and they skip that over and they go to the Washington Park area, and they take several blocks and they incorporate it into the Fall Creek district. That's a big issue to me. There are 2 housing complexes going up in this new area that's going to bring a lot of folks into the area. The idea was to keep the north side and south side together, but you cut out the heart of the north side and move it to Fall Creek. I don't understand why you skip part of the north side and cut out the heart of the north side in an effort to keep the north side and south side together. That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. And in the new district, every low-income housing complex in the city and close to the city, except for Linderman, is all put in District 1. If you were to incorporate part of the north side I'm talking about, that would be where I live, which means I wouldn't represent that district. So this isn't about me. This is about what this looks like for people in that district. This is what it looks like. This, for me, this is an equity issue. I don't know how to say that to go into what Mike is proposing. Help would be greatly appreciated. But that's my issue. Just look at the map and look at what's skipped to keep the north side and south side together. I don't understand that. So I don't know how to put that into resolution.
It said something like further resolve that the commission re-examine the division between districts 1 and what's the other district?
Veronica, what's your district?
It's 2, but I don't know. Someone look at it's changed a lot.
Sorry, not your district. What's the district that you represent? Sorry.
It's 2 right now, but the district you're referring to.
With respect to low-income housing residents?
Yes.
And unity of representation?
Yes.
Okay, who was the seconder for that? Was it?
Can I add something in that to help with that?
So Randy, was that friendly? What Mike had said? Would you like for him to repeat
Yes,
it?
that's fine.
Okay.
Amanda had something? I'm sorry, not Amanda.
Annie?
Ann?
Yeah, and possibly added in there the compactness of the district.
Say that again?
The, looking at trying to maintain the compactness of the district.
Which district?
One, currently called one.
So we add another resolved that the commission re-examine the compactness of District 1.
Is compactness the word? Because District 1 would become extremely large going all the way out to Trumansburg.
It's not compact now.
Right.
Or, I mean, that's what I would call it, to have it be more, would be more compact versus elongated.
So I'm just wondering, it's 9:30 right now. And we could possibly, I see your hand, Mike. We could possibly debate this for a while. Do you want to work on this resolution and bring it back for our next meeting?
Here's what I'm thinking, if I may, is simply that if we could add these two things that we've just talked about, then it could be more expanded when they hold a meeting, and Travis and Ann could flesh it out for them at their meeting.
Fair enough.
Okay, is that friendly, Randy, those changes?
Yes.
Okay. I have a handful of people. I have Rich, Greg, and Lee. And then I'll take a turn.
Yeah, I do have a concern. I note that Legislative District 2 is one of the largest districts with a population of 6727. But at this time, Library Place isn't completed. The Ironworks is almost done, but nobody's living there yet. And City Harbor has not been constructed yet. And if in the next few years, those projects all come to completion, this district would seem to be markedly out of proportion to the other districts. And I'm wondering if future growth is a subject they are able to take into consideration.
I think they're, and I hear exactly what you're saying, but I think they're stuck with whatever the census was on April of.
We can't figure out what's going to.
Bill, can you use your microphone?
Committee was not entitled to consider about possibilities for the future. All we could do was look at what this census data showed us.
Okay.
Okay, I have Greg and then I have Lee.
Yeah, I have expressed my thoughts before, and I struggle with this. I realize we can do this, but I don't think it means we should do this. I think if you listen to our conversation, if you listen to everyone's opinion, there's a reason we have an independent redistricting committee so that we don't have this conversation. So I would like to keep the process independent. I think we all had an opportunity. There was opportunities galore to provide input to these folks who did a really hard job and who looked at it. I think this odd number thing is kind of just out there. I think if we want to have fewer, say fewer, I don't understand the importance or this like this hill of, it has to be an odd number. It's worked with 14. I know it hasn't worked one time that caused a large kerfuffle, and Mike got an opportunity to chair because of it. But
Best month ever, buddy. Best month ever.
I don't know. I think we need to respect the folks who did the hard work. I also think, again, I hesitate to even comment on substance because I want it to remain independent. But one of the beliefs I do have is, you know what? No, I'm not going to provide that because I think it should be independent. I think this is a waste of our time. I think this is a waste of the redistricting committee's time. They already did the work. They already gave it to us. If you don't like it, don't vote for it. then don't support an independent redistricting committee. Get out your pencils and start drawing the lines. But I think that the ship has sailed here and that's where we should leave it. And I think we should support the work that the committee did and move on.
Don't hold back, Greg. Let it all out.
9:30.
Okay. Okay. Lee Shirtliff.
What, was there not an effort to align the city legislative districts with the anticipated ward lines for common council? Doesn't this plan pretty much align them together as the city had intended the representation to be?
Amanda, Amanda, is she still with us? Yeah. Yes. Amanda, do you have an answer for that?
I think they do align. I mean, Hank DeLay was the chair of both the committees, and I believe they do align, but I would have to, I mean, Bill would know, I think.
An effort was made to keep them aligned, in part at the request of the Board of Elections. They didn't want to have race where you'd have to have different moving parts, if you will, different voting places. And they kind of asked for that.
Well, I mean, I'm just concerned about what Travis has brought forward, and it appears that the county ends up replicating maybe a mistake that the city has already made. I'm not sure. I'm just a little confused here with these lines, and I thought going into this that the independent redistricting group had pretty well shown deference to the city on how this came about.
Please remember, as we go into this, faced with a substantial change in the law. You used to be able to have a differential between the largest populated district and the shortest that was within 10%.
Right.
Out of the blue, they cut it down to 5%. And that made life more difficult to get the roughly the same size districts. So there was no cabal to say we're going to make this district bigger or this one smaller. If you go through it, the numbers are very similar for all the districts, which took a lot of hard work by our computer people.
Okay. So I'm going to comment real quick. If I could have the perfect resolution here, I would not want to increase the number from 14 to 16. I'm fine with keeping it at 14. As Greg mentioned, we've had one issue with that, and it ended up working out. The second thing is that I would support looking into perhaps just having the conversation based on Travis's concerns. But again, I would not support it, looking at it for us changing the number of legislators or changing it for odd and even. So I'm still on the fence. Any other discussion points? Okay, let's do a roll call.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Sorry, no.
Deborah Dawson,
No.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
No.
Veronica Pillar,
No.
Lee Shirtliff,
No.
Mike Sigler,
No.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
we have 8 ayes, 6 noes.
7 to 7 would have been good.
Sweet with that.
Hoping for that.
Sean, did you do that on
I
purpose?
had my tally marks. Yeah, wasn't going to happen. Okay, I think any other business to be brought forth? Okay, can I have a mover to adjourn, please? Moved by Randy, a seconder.
I'll second.
Second by Veronica Pillar, and all those in favor. Thank you all. Have a good night.
This is the only thing I'm good at.